next presenter, Neil Erickson, lives in a small community called Uma Uma in the Pacific. He models in several scales, but for the curious, he works it all with dead rail. Neil, we would love to hear why you decided not to run two DCC wires all over your layout.
I have wires all over my layout because I intend to run DCC. In fact, even my dead rail locomotives have DCC. But I didn't want to talk about that until I talked about how I design my layout and why. So if I can take a moment, let me start off by saying all of the well, that's not entirely true, but I'll get back to it. My interest in railroads in many scales has been in HO primarily when I started looking at my community for ideas for modeling an ON30 railroad or a narrow gauge. But as I learned more about our islands and our history, it occurred to me that the Oahu Railway and Land Company was more the kind of railroad I wanted to model. It's a common carrier. It ran for nearly 100 miles around the island of Oahu. I think it was more like 70 miles, but it had things I enjoy modeling. And one of the building models, I enjoy watching my trains run through my scenery and my models. I like watching those. I do occasionally of the tropical islands of Hawaii, and in particular Oahu was very strong. So let me start off by saying I learned a little bit about the Oahu Railway because just living in Hawaii, like anywhere, you are fascinated with its history. And I'll get into that a little bit. But basically, there was a railway that started and was chartered in 1888 by a guy named Benjamin Franklin Dillingham. He was very volatile to Waipahu, which is the area that I'm really interested in. But before I jump too far along, let me just tell you a little bit about Hawaii. Hawaii is an archipelago, and the major islands shown here are the bigger ones. Of course, it goes on another 1,000 miles off into the Pacific, but I live on the big island, the Hawaii Island, on the bottom right-hand of the screen, and more toward the east side of the island, facing northeast. I wish I had a little pointer. But above me, Maui, Molokai, and then Oahu is where the Oahu Railway and Land Company was built. Oahu is also where our capital city is of Honolulu. And by comparison, Oahu has, I would say, over 1 million occupants today. So that's about 43 people per acre. The Big Island, by contrast, is very big. It can combine all the other islands together on our island. And there's probably one person has maybe 43 acres. And it was fascinating because it had a standard gauge railway, which I did model at one time in HO standard gauge. But the allure of narrow gauge and the allure of ON30 got me looking closer. Oh, too far. Or Oahu, and is really quite small, actually. And if you look at the bottom lower right-hand corner, you'll see Honolulu and the rail line traversing around Pearl Harbor up along the coast, known as the Waianae Coast, and all the way out to the left-hand side and a point where it was a very famous, beautiful spot that the railroad would stop and people would get off and take photographs. It would continue on around the coast down toward Haleiwa, which is hard to see on the map, but Dillingham built a hotel there, and it became very famous. Presidents and kings, people of stature would go stay there. But you could ride an excursion train from Honolulu out to Haleiwa, and they'd turn the train and go back. I think it was $2.50, included a meal. The railroad continued on all the way to Kahuku, and that was a sugar plantation. And it never did continue any further than that. What was interesting about this railroad, in my mind, is that it was a common carrier. It wasn't just a sugar plantation line, although it did serve a lot of the plantations. Basically, it was taking boxcars of sugar from the plantations and running them down to Honolulu to the port. And then later in the early 1900s, they ran a spur from the town I mentioned earlier, Waipahu, up toward the center of the island, Wahiwa or Wahiawa. Wahiwa means the people who live in the valley. And the mountains form a valley through there, a low spot where I've actually bicycled across many times. And it goes all the way up from Waipahu, where you'll see in the middle near Pearl City, up and across over to Haleiwa, where the hotel used to be. And today you can't go around Kaena Point. It's no longer traversable, but you can travel all the way up along the Waianae coast, and it becomes, frankly, quite wild out there. It's beautiful and wild and very windy, and gets more so out toward the point. Trying to decide what to model of this has been a challenge because there's so many beautiful and really cool scenes. I mean, the station before 1922 was really quite classic. Beautiful in the upper hand, left hand of the screen there. I wouldn't say it's an architectural wonder, not like it is today, but it's amazing structure it was. And you can see the dress in the period. That appeals to me. I like that kind of idea of maybe a simpler life. I wouldn't say a golden age, certainly not. But if you look to the right, you look at it a little closely, and this is the station of Aiea. And it was one of several stations that had a real family appearance. And Aiea was kind of on the water. If you look to the right, it was right on Pearl Harbor, right across from the tracks was Pearl Harbor and the bay. And it was really, in my mind, a real romantic kind of notion of going out through there. By the way, the railway was double tracked all the way out to Waipahu by 1920s. In the lower left-hand corner, again, this romantic notion of traveling through the taro and rice fields. Ironically, no sugar, but it was low wetland area because most of the railroad was built on pilings and then backfilled using coral. The middle picture on the bottom is actually Waipahu taken on a bridge looking at the private car toward the station. And on the right-hand side were two buildings. One is a Japanese store, and across from that was a Chinese store. And up above were living spaces. And I'll get back to that because that was really important in my decision to kind of model this area. And I love the station on the right, which is the Pearl City station. This is just, I don't know, unique. It was really cool. So the more I looked at the line, the more I became attracted to it, more of as a romantic note. And right, this photograph again on the left of the single track running through the taro fields. And of course, palm trees are ubiquitous, and you can imagine, I don't build many pine trees, but I've been building palm trees ad nauseum. So Ron, you can help me do some palm trees and I'll do some pine trees. On the right, the double track, and you can see the coral ballast and the fill material running again past the taro. And if you look beyond a little bit, you can kind of imagine the rice fields in the water down there. On the right-hand side, up toward the mountain, was mostly sugarcane. So I started to focus in on Waipahu, and I found some really great photographs like this one looking from the other direction toward the station and the little freight house there. And I love this enclosed water tank. What's the point in Hawaii? I mean, the water is not going to freeze, but I don't know. It's pretty neat. And then I have no idea what that huge warehouse is. It must have had to do something with the warehouse or the sugar industry, but it wasn't served by the rail, as far as I can tell. So just beyond this point, there was a Y. And so the Y would go from Waipahu and then, like I said, up toward the valley, the Wahiwa, and where the pineapple fields were. I really love the idea that the mainline trains would stop and leave cars for the Wahiwa branch. And that would give me an opportunity to run my mainline trains on maybe a partially double-tracked area and kind of my parade route. And they would stop and leave cars, which would be picked up and taken up the mountain. In the early 1919 through around 1921, 22, the Wahiawa branch experimented with Shay locomotives. Now, maybe I'm not like anyone else who loves narrow gauge Shay locomotives, but I love narrow gauge Shay locomotives, and I have one I'm going to show you later. But the idea of running Shays up the 4% plus grades into Wahiawa just cinched it for me. Looking at Waipahu, kind of from the left, that last photograph was looking toward the bridge and the warehouses and the two stores there, and you can see the freight house, and the station looks really small by comparison. But the stream is called Kapakahi, which means unlucky. I'm not sure why, but the unlucky stream. And then the bridge, at this point, was prior to it being double tracked to the Y. And the Y would go on to the Waianae coast and all the way around to Haleiwa and eventually to Kahuku. On my layout would go no further than what you see right here. I'm going to model basically one town. And as I started looking at this, I contacted some guests from the hotel that had said they were from Waipahu, and if I ever was in the area, please give them a call. So I called them and they said, oh, by all means, come on over. You'll want to meet my auntie because she grew up in one of those stores upstairs. I mean, what an amazing experience to meet someone who remembers the railroad and growing up above the stores. And she was Chinese, but she married a Japanese. And so she grew up in one side of the street and moved over to the other after she was married, which was pretty funny. You're not going to be able to see this. I can barely read it, but it's the whole branch line from the far left of Waipahu Junction up through the ravines and the bridges. And, you know, I wanted to get away from all of the cliches, but honestly, there were a lot of really cool tall bridges that went up this branch line. And it was, again, like I said, at least a 4% grade in many places. And it went off into many different directions, out into the sugarcane fields, out into the pineapple fields. And right in the middle of the screen, it branched up all the way into Schofield Barracks. So if you don't know Schofield, it's an Army Air Force base. And I think Jeff Schultz, who is listening today, might have served up in that area or remember this area. I don't know. But the area that I'm interested in would be right in the center of Wahiawa before it went across the bridge, where a lot of this is a reservoir that served water, that held water for the city of Honolulu. So the area that I was interested in is right where I pointed out in the middle where the reservoir. I'm not going to try to model the bridge, but I do want to model the pineapple spur. They call it the pine spur, and a small yard up there, and then maybe the branch up to Schofield Barracks, which is the one that runs from the word that says Dole that used to be a Y up there, and it would go up into the Air Force Base. Interestingly, a lot of these areas had mules and donkeys, and one of the offsprings of the business that they were able to do was to take manure into town and process it to be used elsewhere. So my layout room is an old hayloft turned into a studio after we moved the horses somewhere else. And I ended up adding some stairs to the outside. Yes, those are pineapples in the foreground. If you've never seen any pineapples, they grow like, well, it's hard to describe. But we have a lot of pineapples. My room up there is actually very odd. And on the right-hand side, I did a little SketchUp version of it. And you can see the walls on the outside are only 4 feet tall, and it rises to about 9 feet in the middle. So the useful space is maybe 15 foot square, and I can crawl back in the other areas with, you know, ducking and bending, but it isn't very useful. It isn't very useful for anything except maybe staging and storage, which I decided to do. So sketching up the layout in 1/4 inch scale, I realized really isn't much more room than what you could do with a one-town layout, which is perfectly fine for what I had in mind. The last layout I did, I tried to cram, what's the word? 10 pounds of flour in a 5-pound sack. So, wow, it's kind of like I threw it over there. On the lower level, on the right-hand side, Waipahu Junction, the photograph depicts it in the 50s when it was looking a little more decrepit, but not terrible. It's kind of cool. I have very few photographs of Waipahu Junction, despite all the people who traveled through there. But you can see in my sketch, um, I, I said pineapple. No, oh, I do have pineapples, but bananas are the ones I meant to say. We have bananas out there. Thank you. Um, the sketch shows Waipahu in the center of the space and the siding, and then it would run off into staging representing Honolulu and Pearl City and beyond. And then on the left, it would go down and join that same staging as the Waianae Coast and Kahuku. So really all I'm going to do is model Waipahu Junction, and then in order to gain a little elevation, I had a lot of input on this. I was going to do a single turn, not a spiral, but just a single turn of a helix, similar to what Jack Burgess did for his layout. And I was very much influenced when I got to meet him and visit his layout. The spur will wrap around above and behind Waipahu and along the backdrop somehow. I'm not sure if I'm going to pop it out of the backdrop here and there. You can kind of see it sketched in. And it would rise about a total of 20 inches. Now, Ron said he's had about 18 inches visible between his decks. And I know scale, 18 inches doesn't seem very much. So I'm starting off at about 39 inches, and I'm going to rise up to about 60 inches. So the spiral would curve up across a trestle or a cut. And I don't know if I have any photographs, but the town of Waipahu actually comes up from Waipahu Station up Depot Road to the sugar mill. And maybe I'll show you a photograph of that if I have one. Upper level, again, is the siding, Dole siding. And I don't necessarily show the pine spur per se, but the town of Wahiawa was really important for pineapples. They had a stockyard there, a big supply house for all of the, I assume, for everything that goes on in processing and harvesting pineapples. The station, of course, a freight house, and the cannery. The cannery was a 2-track yard where they would actually ramp across from one car to the other in order to load and unload cans and crates of pineapples. It was very fascinating. In finding photographs of pineapple cars has been a real challenge. I found 2 or 3 on eBay, and I was able to purchase some. So that's been really interesting. So, here it is. This is Depot Road. So on the upper right is the station of Waipahu, which, like I said, it has a family resemblance to Aiea. Below that is the station, looking from the other point of view with the water tower, and the station again looking in around 1921 when they double tracked this. They made a shoe fly around the bridge in order to make a steel bridge, and then the trestle, it was never actually removed to the Y, and it was used for the rest of its life. But on the left, Depot Road gives you a flavor of a town going up to the sugar mill. And there was an article in Model Railroader where it showed how you could use foreshortening and of buildings to indicate that the distance is further. And I think that's selective compression to a degree, but using a different scale for every building going up the hill, I think, in even the very shallow area I have, which is about 4 feet, I think I can give an indication of a town going up the hill. And then somewhere up there, the railroad on my line anyway, would cross the road at about 5 inches above the Depot Road. And that would continue on up to Wahiawa. My railroad, of course, I really love that photograph looking across the bridge. And when I was able to go to Waipahu Bridge across Kapakahi Stream, that bridge is iconic. In all the photographs, that one captured my attention. And you can see I have a little cardboard mock-up of Waipahu Station. I don't have any of the stores mocked up yet, but I wanted to get the main line down and running. And so from here, looking toward Honolulu, it was single track to Waipahu, and it became double track. My layout will only have a siding there. I think it's about 14 feet long. But this was one of the main features I wanted to model. In addition to that, I wanted to have a single line going through rice fields and um, taro fields along the shoreline, like in Aiea. And then, if you remember in the previous photographs, the order boards and the semaphore signals were used because the whole railroad ran on ABS. I'm not going to get into that so much, but I do hope to replicate some of that. And I found some really fantastic O-scale semaphore and train order board details on Shapeways, which I ordered. And I'm looking forward to getting those started with some um, servos to simulate the bounce and whatnot. So that's going to be really, really fun. On the left, this, I believe, is a pineapple train. Although later in the railroad's career, it could have been the trash train. And they ran huge, long trash trains from Honolulu all the way out to a place called Yokoyama, which was just the name of the landfill. I have no idea why. No offense to anyone named Yokoyama, that's just the name it was. In Wahiawa, the station again had a real similar family appearance to the other two, the Aiea and Waipahu station, although it had these big hip roofs instead of the gable roofs. And it looked like, a family of four could live up there. But these were not really big buildings. So it should be really fun to build a model of that. And then on the lower right is that freight station in Wahiawa. And behind it, somewhere back in there, is the cannery. And that's one of the very few photographs I've found of the cannery. So if anybody has one, please share it. I look forward to that. My previous layout is an example of what I'm trying to create. That feeling of running along the sugarcane out in an area that's a lush tropical area. I was, like everybody else, wanted to have a deep trestle and waterfalls, but it just became kind of cliche and I didn't pursue it. So I'm looking to do something that's more prototypical, and I'm hoping I can get there. This has been really fun learning about this. And I did model a small piece of a pineapple field on the left, and it was kind of fun. I have been in touch with a guy, one of the two guys who wrote a book called Next Stop Honolulu, which has become a huge reference. In fact, the very first photograph was from that book with his permission. And he actually is having 3D printed pineapples made, and he offered to send me some. So I'm looking forward to talking more with Jim Chittox, and he is modeling Oahu Railway more. I am in a giant basement. I think one wall is 80 feet long. He in ON3 and is very passionate about it, and it's very exciting to talk to someone else who's also interested. On the upper right was my mock-up of the Waipahu station in the previous layout. Obviously, I was influenced by the Oahu Railway even back when I was doing a fictitious line named the Uma Uma Railway and Navigation Company, which is where I live, Uma Uma. Why Navigation Company? Because I like the abbreviations UR and N. My wife thought it was cliche to name something urine, but I did find some really cute logos with, never mind. The bottom right-hand corner is a photograph I took of a mock-up of the layout I'm building now. And the coral ballast and fill material, it's a little messy, but I don't know, maybe it's okay. It's always a work in progress. So thank you. I have some dead rail examples. I'm also posting, maybe not so frequently anymore, but I have been posting on the Model Railroad Hobbyist website. It's called the Pine Spur Chronicles. My username there is Neeler for Neil Erickson. And I hope that you'll take advantage of reaching out and asking me any questions about Hawaii or ABS, semaphore signals, or anything else that strikes your fancy. And I have some examples of running dead rail here, and I will switch the camera from my laptop to my cell phone, I guess, so I can show you around. So bear with me a moment, because I think the battery on my My dead rail engine died, but we'll see how it goes here. So Marty, if you have anybody with questions, I'm going to transition over here.
There's no one yet. I did remind them.
So, can you see me okay now? I'm about halfway through my time, so I want to make sure if anybody has any questions before I jump in, I'd be more than happy to answer them. All right. I'm going to take my phone and I'll give you kind of a look around here. In fact, I think I'll even leave it on the tripod. Oh, I need to get into the room. Sorry about that. Marty, if you can hear me, I'm knocking at your door. There you go. There you go.
Neil, you need to mute one of the mics.
Thank you. How do I get my microphone is my problem. Huh. Can you hear me at all? No?
You press the button there and it mute.
So do I have audio now? Oh, terrific. Thank you. So I don't know if there's any questions at this point, but I see if I can show you what I've been doing here. My my Shay, I think I mentioned I love my Shay, and my mock-up of the Waipahu station here. And I'm not sure why I don't have any motion to my dead rail. One of the drawbacks, obviously, to any battery-powered locomotive is the damn battery, right? So I'm going to make sure it's actually working. So, I see. I have a sloppy wire. There we are. Yeah, it's not working. So anyway, this locomotive is using a Tsunami decoder, and I believe it's a Tam Valley receiver. The car that fell on the ground is a Bachmann, like many of mine. And this one doesn't have much weight in it. But a lot of mine do have a lot of weight. I like to weight them down so that when you couple, they don't move. And I can actually see the wheels to couple them or put them on the track, which is neat about the scale. So I have a CBP T2 5000 throttle, which is connected to engine number 9, and I can give it a couple of toots, and it will be able to head off here. Let's try to follow it along here. So this is to represent the edge of the shoreline, and that's a giant light fixture in the background, obviously. And this would be representative of somewhere along the coastline.
And let me lift this up so you can see a little bit of what's on the other side. I'm hoping to do a little rice field back in there. So they had little walkways about. So, and then again, looking down the coast. Last time I had a layout here, I made up a little plug for the window so I could do a backdrop. And I may still do that, but I kind of like my own view from my desk here. At any rate, while that's running off into the distance, I can take you around to some other points of view here. So a lot of these cars are not necessarily Oahu typical. In fact, they're all lettered for something else. And even the caboose, you might notice, is still lettered for the Uma Uma Railway and Navigation Company. So this engine is headed to Honolulu in this direction. And ultimately, it will go into the reverse staging loop and come back out. I have it set up right now, so it will just continue around and do a continuous loop, assuming it all works, because I only just soldered the throw bars to the switches yesterday. So there's always some things to figure out. So my desk isn't probably unlike anyone else's. I always have more projects than time and more projects that I've started than I finish. But I enjoy building kits. This is an old mainline models ON3 kit that I use ON30 trucks on. If you're not familiar with these old kits, they're still available. I wouldn't say anything in O scale is affordable, but there's more models here than I have time for. This is similar to the baggage car, or actually the mail car that ran on the Oahu Railway. It is actually a kit, but it was meant for another railway. My engine gave up the ghost back there. I'm not sure why. I think the battery's been on too long, but you get the idea. The railway would continue across Pearl Harbor Bay here. This is an inlet, and I just have a tank car there to keep me from running off the wrong direction. And then it would continue around the room. And if you notice, I'm using these Rick's Products knob kits, and I painted them in order to make them look more interesting when I'm switching my switches. So I've got torque switch machines, and then the Y running off into the distance here, which isn't completed yet, but I have started the spiral. You can see it coming out from behind the backdrop, and then it would continue down here across Kapakahi Stream and to Waipahu Station and Depot Road. So just for inspiration, I keep, photographs of areas that I'm trying to remember and to keep everything in scale. And then, of course, it goes to a double track there and heads off to the Honolulu again, the direction that we started. So this coral, ironically, I searched all over American Rock and Mineral or Arizona Rock and Mineral and other places, and it turns out coral sand is available locally at Home Depot from Oahu. So I have a lifetime supply. And then some old sugar cane in the back there, and the railroad would continue on all the way back around. And the second deck will ultimately be about eye level here. Well, not quite, about shoulder level at about 60 inches. So don't ask me how I'm going to support it across this 14-foot span yet. It's a work in progress, but it should be fun. So I am down to about 15 minutes or so. And Gert, if you're there, or Marty, if you have anybody with questions, I'm more than happy to spend a minute.
So how long have you been researching the railway?
I was in a bicycle crash in June of 2018, and I couldn't work on the railroad, my railroad, for several months. And in January, I got fed up and tore out the old one and started renovating the room in 2019. So now it has been about a year and several months in the works. Yeah. So this is frustrating for me because I enjoy building models and doing scenery, and I really want it to run well. So it's been a challenge to get to this point for today, but it's been great motivation. So thank you all for joining me on this and giving me the motivation to move forward.
How hard is it to get some of this information from way back?
Well, there's a small group of people that are fascinated with Oahu Railways, and the Honolulu Railway Society is supported by some of these guys. And I would say there's a email mailing list of maybe a dozen people. Many of them are experts in different fields. And one gentleman probably remembers riding the railway, Bob Poha. But I've had an opportunity to meet some of the guys when over on Oahu. And there's also people on the mainland that surprise me now and then, and they pop up with models that are replicas of things that ran here. And so I try to reach out and touch base with them.
Cool. How long does the full charge on that battery last in the shade?
I have the sound turned down. The other day I ran it for probably an hour straight, nonstop. And I've been watching everybody else online, and I forgot to pull the plug on it. So it's probably been sitting for over an hour before I ran it just now. And it probably would be fine. Let me spend a moment and show you some of the pieces of putting together Dead Rail, because if you're fascinated with this idea, bear in mind it's not going to save you any time or money. Maybe I'll turn the camera around so I can show you while I'm talking to you. This whole railroad room, I swear, was designed so I could sit in this couch. Talk about a man cave, right?
Yes.
So there's a gentleman named Neil Stanton who has a kit that allows you to charge the batteries through the rails, which seems to be contradictory to Dead Rail. But my idea is to maybe make a few spots where it would charge, maybe in the staging yard or at sections near the like the water stations, the water towers, that I could keep the rails clean. But obviously you're going to have to keep your wires connected to the locomotive, to the rails. And I haven't experimented with running that alongside with DCC locomotives, and I'm afraid I'm going to have some conflicts there, but I'm not sure. Here is a 2P battery pack from Neil Stanton. These are 1,000 milliamps each, and they would give you a total of about, well, these are 3.3 volts each, I believe. So 3.7. So it gives you about I can't do the math today, 7.4 volts. And then there's a step up transformer to 12 volts. The other kind of batteries I get from China are what we call PCB protected, so you can't overcharge them. They look kind of like this, and they are relatively inexpensive, maybe $1 or $2 each, because you want to get good ones that aren't going to have problems. I do have some that I was surprised that, now I've had these, now bear in mind, for 10 years or so, and I soldered the wires, the leads together, so I had 3 together that give you 11.4 volts, and it gives you a little pack like this. And the idea was, instead of having a plug, that I could drop it in and it would have some ways to connect to, just like a drill battery or something. You just drop it in, it would automatically have connections. But look at this one, has started to swell.
Yeah.
So that's not a good sign. So I don't use this one. I'm afraid if I continue to charge it, it would probably catch on fire. And that is the drawback of doing anything with lithium batteries. Some of these receivers I have here,
like this one from MCE is designed for dead rail. It has a motor control in it, and it's a radio frequency type that will work with either that T5000 CVP or this Tam Valley throttle. And you can assign them to different type of frequencies. The other ones, like the ones from Tam Valley, come in little packages and they look like this. And I was a little nervous at first, but you start putting connectors on them and they're kind of plug and play. You don't need to do too much. They're very, what's the right word? Resilient. I have, some soundtracks, decoders that I wire in line with these. So the receiver talks to the throttle, but it still is all DCC. So I can control all of the sounds, all the braking functions, all the momentums and inertia. Recently, this just came out, this Blue Rail Trains. This is a Bluetooth controller. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have any sound on board. It actually comes from your cell phone. But you can connect a DCC decoder to it, so you'll have sound on board. And I keep my my old iPhone 10 handy, so I can run my old Blue Rail Trains decoders, which I have one set up. I just don't have many battery packs right now. So that's one of my goals, is to get all of these going. And I do really want to have things run via JMRI. So I have also WeThrottle on my phone, and I have JMRI set up. Actually, this might be interesting to anybody else that has something like that. This is my bar stools. I wanted this room to feel comfortable, but the laptop just sits hidden away underneath the layout, and I can boot it up, and I have JMRI running along with my MCE power cab and
that is really cool.
6. So it's it is intended to run autonomously at some point on my so-called parade route on the lower level, but I want it to be configured so they don't come and go nonstop. They will be a little more per schedule, so I can run another train and interface with them. So that should be fairly fun.
You answered the NCE question. Someone else wants to know, why would you switch to DCC from battery power?
Why would I? Well, there are still a lot of things with battery that are not so easy to do. I mean, not only charging the batteries, they don't last very long. There's a lot of wiring, and if you're thinking it's less expensive in the long run, you're absolutely wrong. Right now, the battery technology, battery on board or dead rail, has a lot of cost, and it's a DIY kind of project. So you need to do it and be willing to jump in. And I have let smoke out of one. So.
Ouch. Are those nickel metal hydride or lithium?
These are lithium ion.
Lithium ion.
Yeah, and these are the ones that you get for like, they're from China. I don't know what they're all used for.
And then there was a more modeling question.
These are not lithium ion. These are lithium polymer. These are more volatile than lithium ion. Lithium ion is what you use for your house nowadays, I think, right? Yeah. These are lithium polymers. So these are like layers, right? So yeah, that's why it's swelling, yeah.
Then the crowd wants to know, how do you make your palm trees?
Oh, I was afraid you'd never ask. I brought some out here that I had to order these. You can't go into stores around here right now. You have to call and say, do you have any feathers? So they gave me a pink package of feathers. And so, you take out a few, right? And I try to keep them from flying all over my face. And I had them throw in a package of floral stem, which is a floral wire. It looks like this, right? Comes in a package. And I twist them into a shape like this. I made one just for tonight. It's just a couple of wires I twisted into an unusual shape. It's hard to see with my strange background here. And then once you're kind of satisfied that it's the right size and whatnot, then you start hot gluing all of the feathers on there. And this is an unusual one, but I was hoping to put bunches of coconuts in there.
there are no two palm trees that look alike in my mind. You know, I go out and look at the ones in the area, but the ones in the photographs, you know, there's just so many of them. I think that I could just make these all day, and everyone would be a little bit different, and no one's going to really look that closely once you have trains running by them. But it's been really fun to do this, and so once I get them glued in place where I'm sort of happy with the way they look, then I'll let's see if I can find another example. I'll wrap it with the floral tape, and these come in different colors. I just happened to get a brown one because they asked me if I wanted white or brown, and so it. You know, you wrap it around the wires, and so it forms that palm tree base. And once you're done with that, obviously you can paint it, and so it ends up looking more like this, right? And I do paint them before I wrap the floral stem, because you can have a lot of overspray. I always am wearing nitrile gloves nowadays to work anyway, so I just bring them home and I paint everything before I go back in the house. So I think that this is going to be really fun, but I have about 100 more to make.
I was just about to ask, how many more do you need to make?
I think I'll know when I'm done, or it'll just look, you know, suggestive enough. And they weren't everywhere. They were along the right of way for the most part, because you wouldn't want them out in the middle of a taro field. Obviously, just you only would plant them where you didn't need to maintain it. So.
Any plans for the sugarcane plants and the pineapple plants?
Yes, I don't know if I have any pieces of my old pineapple plants here right now, but I was in, I think, Ace Hardware, and I was looking at a floor mat, you know, one of those welcome mats, and it was about, you know, kind of very small mat, but they were spaced out and they were green and they had the right kind of shape, and so I cut them into long strips. And I glued them in with the hot glue onto my layout, and people were commenting, "Wow, that looks like a plantation, you know, a pineapple plantation." And the only thing I was missing was pineapples. I just said that they were immature. You know.
So what is a taro?
Taro.
Taro.
Taro is a wetland, like a potato. So they grow underground in very wet areas. So.
Cool. Well, Neil.
Yep.
This was really, really fun.
Yeah, it has been. I've been stressing over it all day.
And now it's over, right?
No, it's been fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we lose Marty, by the way?
Sorry?
Did we lose Marty?
Marty is somewhere in the studio.
Okay. Well, here's to you, Marty. Thank you very much. Just trying to build up my immunity to my corona here.
Thank you, guys. That's the end of me. So Marty will take it from here.
Okay, well, we're back. We are back live again. Hopefully the elevator music has stopped. There was some moans in the chat about it being dead with just a blank screen saying next clinician coming up. So I felt it was better for you guys that you saw the you had some music, even if that meant using the Modeller's Life test card. But here we go. We are back over in the United States with Mr. Perry Lamb, who is from the Piedmont Division in Atlanta, Georgia, although you live a little bit north of Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
And Perry has a fantastic Proto Freelance layout. I have seen it with my own very own eyes. And It is a fantastic layout. It's got its whole backstory to the layout that's very well worked out, that explains how and why things happen. And Perry's here to do his clinic, all about explaining to you how that does. And you have Shadow, I think, there. Perry's dog is in on the action as well. And that's cool, because just to remind everybody that we are at home providing clinics, not providing, well, we are providing clinics at home to you, not at home, not providing clinics from home. So we are doing our best here, and there may be some interruptions from Shadow, but that's all fine. Or Steffi, the other dog. So you are going to go full screen, sir, in just a second, and we will let you go. Perry, you are on.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending upon what part of the planet you're on. My name is Perry Lamb. I am a software support engineer. I support Floyd. It's in our vision. I coordinate our training camp program. We teach Pan Pastels, Model Railroading 101, a whole variety of subjects. It's an interesting division. I can start an argument by saying that we're the most active division in North America, and I'll probably get some very angry feedback from that, but that's fine. We can take up that argument later. I am presenting the Utah, Colorado, and Western Railroad as contrast to the Texas, Colorado, and Western Railroad that I heard about yesterday on one of the presentations, a layout tour that was very cool. And this is not Lee's Railroad out in Utah, the Utah, Colorado, Western without the and. But anyway, off we'll go. I am a relatively serious model railroader. I started model railroading when I was 6 months old. My dad got me my first train set. It was fun. I still have most of it in my train storage room down in the basement. Over time, my focus changed, and I started focusing on what I could see when I was out rail fanning, and that was modern, real-time Western railroading. I grew up out west. I last lived in Idaho before I moved to Atlanta, Union Pacific, Burlington Northern, Santa Fe. Before BNSF, it was Burlington Northern and Santa Fe. And I liked all of those railroads, but I wanted my own. I wanted a freelance railroad. And over time, the story of my railroad became more and more interesting to me, but it had no history. Union Pacific has history and has its historic fleet. Santa Fe Railroad and Burlington Northern combined, but they have their own backstories. Even Norfolk Southern and its heritage units have a backstory. So I needed to come up with one for mine, and I started working on the history and coming up with what happened, how it started in my mind, and then started losing track of the details. I thought, well, I should just write them down. No, wait a minute. I should write them out on a PowerPoint presentation. And the PowerPoint presentation that I'm doing now will be doing now is one that I developed for the 2013 National Convention that was here in Atlanta. And it's the history of my railroad based on prototype history from the area in which I model. It covers the operational aspects of my model railroad as if it were a one-to-one prototype railroad. I've studied management and management philosophies for 40 years, and that's kind of an interest of mine, not a hobby, just an interest. And then it also has a splattering at the end of my model railroad, very recent photographs of it. It's not a layout tour. We may do that for one of Gordy's future virtual conventions with his permission, but we'll get started. Okay, the Utah, Colorado, and Western, there we go, is a major Class I railroad serving the entire United States. Notwithstanding the Canadian roads, the Utah, Colorado, Western is the only true transcontinental railroad in the United States, and I'll explain why shortly. It's headquartered in Salt Lake City, Utah. If I were to retire to some place, it would be there. And it's a privately owned subsidiary of Medical Rescue Systems, a large holding company of various activities. The railroad began as a silver and gold hauling railroad in central Colorado, eastern Utah in 1869. Pulling research from the Colorado Virtual Library in 2012 and 2013, I found the Colorado Central Railroad and found the Denver Pacific Railroad that actually started in Cheyenne and headed south to Denver. Those two railroads actually joined on June 22nd, 1870, and that was the initial formation of my railroad. It purchased major portions of the Denver Pacific Railroad in 1874. It purchased the Utah Western Railroad, which really did exist, and it expanded into Nevada and New Mexico in 1880. And that's when it took on the name the Utah, Colorado, and Western Railroad. The railroad at that point expanded into California in 1891, headed east and hit the Mississippi River in 1904, and then it purchased the Western Pacific in 1921. Yeah, we really begin to butcher history at this point, real history. For some unknown reason, some photographer went out in 1885 and snapped a, well, you don't snap them then, set up the bellows and set up the flashes and set up a big plate and took a picture of the railroad in Las Vegas in 1885. If you look across the screen right along here, I think you should be able to see that. That long band there is the track through Las Vegas in 1885, but for some unknown reason, the photographer got a picture of this wagon and horse team, and missed a train. Silly photographer. They did better in 1889. We're not sure exactly where this picture was taken. We did find it in the archives, and this is UCNW number 9 in 1889, someplace we think in eastern Colorado. You can kind of tell that by the nothing. This photograph was taken in 1940. This is Utah. This is UCNW 1201. Yes, I know someone will probably look at this picture and say, no, it's not. It is a reading locomotive from someplace. I don't care. It's my railroad. This is 3804. This picture was taken as a war bonds promotion on June 6, 1944. Little did the railroad or the photographer know what else was happening on June 6, 1944. The day was historic, and this picture was historic, and this actual picture hangs up in the president's office. The locomotive is still in operation. It's been restored. It is maintained, and it runs currently on the railroad today. But way back in 1944, this was a grand picture. Okay. The railroad purchased its first EMD diesels in 1936. We purchased the Cotton Belt from Southern Pacific in 1940. We purchased the Southern Pacific in 1964, just bought it out. We purchased the Denver Rio Grande Western in 1980. And we purchased most of Amtrak routes and its equipment in 2001 and 2009. There's a little bit more about that later, but Amtrak is now a functioning money-making operation because it's run like a business, not like a bureaucracy. The biggest thing that surprised people was back in 2009 when the UCNW paid cash for Norfolk Southern. The issue was intermodal trains from the West Coast were headed east, and they'd get to St. Louis or someplace near Chicago and disappear into a black hole and never to be seen again. And a couple of days later, the trains would continue on their route, but by then they were really seriously delayed, and we got tired of it. So starting early in 2008, we started purchasing Norfolk Southern stock in great quantities. By the time word got out, we had sewn up most of Norfolk Southern with all cash purchases. And by 2009, we closed out the last of the purchase of Norfolk Southern for cash. And Norfolk Southern is now wholly owned by the Utah, Colorado, and Western. We'll cover more of that later. And in July of 2009, this was the symbolic meeting of Norfolk Southern 7202, which had just been re-stenciled, and our 9414 out in the mountains of Idaho. Operational departments. The layout is really the layout I run like a business. It has its departments that like most other railroads would have. We have intermodal. That's its own separate independent operation. We have an administrative function. All of infrastructure is its own function. We have passenger services as a function, and then we have a function or a department that manages all of our equipment. It's a very flat organization, and this kind of reflects what I've been studying as I've studied management over the past 40 years. Most organizations that I'm familiar with are very bureaucratic and have many, many, many layers, and that slows down operations. Can't stand that. So the UC&W is really very flat. There's a president. Each one of these operations has its own vice president. And under that, there are area managers and then crews. So the president of the organization is 3 layers above road crews. If a road crew has a question, they take it to their manager. The manager takes it to their vice president. The vice president takes it to me, and that's the end of it. The way it works best is if you look at the concept of a high performance team. High performance teams, you hire really good employees, put them in their roles and say, go do. And quality employees who go and do make you money. And that's what happens here. Major operations, major things that we carry, intermodal, lots of containers, lots of coal, finished automobiles, automobile parts, carry a lot of military cargo, chemicals, grain, general freight merchandise, whatever it is that goes on the rails, we carry it. Intermodal operations, vice president level leadership, charged with the overall conduct of intermodal operations in the United States and internationally. And Intertrans is a subsidiary intermodal service. At some point, I will probably go someplace and get this Intertrans logo turned into a decal. Then I can decal my own containers for it instead of just decaling them as UC&W, because I kind of like the logo, and it's the only one I've ever developed on my own, but I kind of like it. We are a UPS premium carrier. And because of the purchase of Norfolk Southern, we can now make these shipping goals for UPS. 28-hour service, Oakland, Memphis, back and forth, and 46-hour service between Oakland and Boston, or Boston back to Oakland. We are a preferred shipper for Pacer Stack Train. We're a preferred shipper for Hanjin, and we're a preferred shipper for MSC. So we cover all of North America and connect it to the rest of the world. Administrative operations. It has its own vice president. It's charged with overall operations of business, personnel, information technology. As a great shock to probably half the people on the planet, there's no union representation within the railroad's employees. The UC&W didn't have any when it purchased Norfolk from its very early existence. When we purchased Norfolk Southern, there were unions, of course, on Norfolk Southern. those contracts were dissolved, and the employees just fell in with everybody else. They now make more money, they work better hours, they're a lot happier, and it's nice. The unions keep trying to get back in, and the employees say no. Infrastructure operations has its own vice presidential leadership. It's responsible for track, structures, telecommunications, PTC with multiple routes to all trains, both radio and cellular communications between the trains. I came up with the idea of a cab-mounted signaling system. The road crews in the locomotives have flat panel displays that project the route that the train is on and where signals would have been on the main line had they actually been in place. So the road crew only has to look down at the flat panel display to see what the signal indicators are for their section of track. Now, at the National Convention in Seattle, and I think it was 2007, at the entrance to the National Train Show, one of the signal manufacturers had a display layout up with a functional signaling system. And my wife and I went into the National Train Show. We stopped at that display to look at it. And my wife said, "Oh, that's really cool. You need a signaling system on your model railroad." Oh, what am I going to do? Say no? Shoot myself in the foot? No. Okay, I'll build a signaling system on the railroad. Thank you. So I have all of the equipment on the railroad, and we'll look at that shortly. I don't have the signals planted yet. One day I will, but the layout is it runs on DCC. It has block occupancy in. It's got all of the equipment to drive the signals. I just need to plant them. And that requires an outlay of money one of these days, and I'm just going to bite the bullet, buy the signals, and install them. But in the interim, the engineers on their locomotives would actually see the signaling system. But since I decided to put in the signaling system to make my wife happy, that'll work. The UCNW is the only multi-route double-track mainline coast to coast. Every bit of it is double track. There are places where it's triple track and in places where it's quadruple track. On the railroad, I've got a section where, on the model railroad, I've got a section where a third track is being installed. No, it'll never get done, but it looks interesting. And we have multiple routes. We've got a northern route where Great Northern would have run. We've got a more central route that crosses from the Pacific Northwest down through Idaho and Wyoming and Utah and points east. We have a southern route since we took Southern Pacific's sunset route, so that all of that belongs to us, and it's all at least double tracked. If we look at a map of the United States, Google Maps is absolutely positively wonderful. You can see where major facilities are: Seattle, Portland, Oakland, Long Beach, Salt Lake City, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Denver, Fort Worth, Houston, Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, St. Charles, St. Charles, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. Never go into Chicago. Trains never make it out. Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Trenton, New Jersey. So hi, New Jerseyans, we're where you are. And then down here in Atlanta, because that's where Norfolk Southern had a major yard, and it now belongs to us. Major yards are in these cities. I mean, major classification yards: Denver, Albuquerque, Dallas, or Fort Worth, Portland, or St. Louis, Atlanta, Pittsburgh. Those are the big yards. Major locomotive service shops are in Portland, Denver, Fort Worth, St. Louis, Atlanta, and Pittsburgh. So we've got them scattered more or less across the country. There are smaller shops in other places, but those are the big ones. And then we have large intermodal yards up in Seattle for the port up there. Oakland, right outside of Long Beach, Denver, Memphis, St. Louis, St. Charles, right outside of Chicago, Atlanta, and Trenton, New Jersey. Passenger services. Since we do own Amtrak now, we're responsible for maintaining all of those long distance routes. The only thing we don't operate is Amtrak California because we just didn't want to deal with the state, and the Northeast Corridor because the corridor is independently isolated from the rest of the mainland, from the rest of the routes up there for the most part. And we have no we really don't need to interact with the Northeast Corridor. It runs just fine by itself. There was no reason for us to purchase it and cause it to run on time and make money. So we ignored it, and we ignored Amtrak California, but we operate everything else. Those operations do continue on the model railroad. Since it's my railroad, I can model what I want. But that's it. We do a lot of commuter operations in cities, which is interesting to model. It's kind of fun too. We do have the scheme excursion program. That same 3804 is still running the rails today. It's running out on the railroad with Class 1, brand new modern diesels, and it's fun. Equipment services is the final major department of the operation. It's responsible for locomotives, maintenance of way equipment, rolling stock. Our biggest, most recent purchases, 2500 EMD, now Progress Rail from Electromotive, SD70 Ace T4s. We've been using those to replace Norfolk Southern GE units that we're turning back in because we don't use GE. We recently purchased another 800 Trinity Rail 53-foot 3-unit articulated well cars. We also participate with TTX, so we have both our own, and we work with TTX and the other major shippers. And we purchased another 450 30,000-gallon crude oil tank cars because that's a busy service for us. We have the largest all EMD fleet in the nation. The only thing that's not EMD, we've got some gensets, and we've got some leftover GE passenger equipment, passenger locomotives, just because we haven't been able to replace them fast enough. Our service staff is all factory trained by Progress Rail. We do provide locomotive service for other EMD unit owners. We do have a very extensive intermodal fleet, and we have the largest fleet of coal hoppers in the nation, especially when you consider that we took in all of the coal hoppers that Norfolk Southern owned and serves Appalachia with, and we haul a lot of coal out of the Powder River Basin and out of Utah. There's a lot of coal in both of those areas, and we carry it. We are the world's largest shipper of military cargo, with the exception of the U.S. military itself. We pick up equipment at all major installations in North America. We can deliver it coast to coast, and we can even pick up and carry around M1A2s. I'm semi-patiently awaiting an order of the DODX 72-foot long 6-wheel truck, heavy duty flat cars, the 4100 series flat cars. They're supposed to be out sometime, I hope this year, because then I can add them to the railroad. Additional things that we do, we provide EMS and fire department grant services. I'm a former paramedic, so EMS and fire departments are kind of close to my heart. I was a former paramedic, went to the fire academy, and I just have a soft spot for them. So we grant money to them, especially in our areas of operation. We do have a fleet of helicopters. I know we're supposed to run everywhere by train, but we don't. We provide services for those, or with our helicopters. We can provide and have provided disaster communications and services. We do rebuild equipment for others. We lease locomotives and intermodal equipment, and we do land and resource management. It's interesting because the owners of the original gold mines and silver mines that founded the original railroad back in the 1800s, that all of that land and all of the mineral rights fell in with the railroad as the railroad grew, and all of that property and all of the mineral rights are still owned by the railroad. And with changes in mining technology and increases in precious metal prices, a couple of those mines have been reopened or are in the process of being reopened. And so we're also in the business of mining gold. Okay, the railroad itself. The model railroad is in a 43 by 14 foot room. It's double decked. Walk in around the walls. The staging yards are stacked on top of each other along one wall. There's a 1.5 turn helix that connects the two levels, and the total mainline run is about 350 feet or so. I run LINS DCC. I'm the only, well, no, there are 2 LINS DCC operators in the Atlanta area, which is kind of to be expected given that Digitrax used to be headquartered here. One of the members of our operating group worked for them. There are a lot of Digitrax users in this area of the planet, and so I have to own all my own throttles. I use Micromark car cards and waybills, but then on top of those, I've produced my own switch lists. So road crews take their car cards and waybills, mark up their own switch list so they know where they're going and what they'll be switching. Then the dispatcher dictates track warrants out to the operators. The operators record the instructions, read them back. Both the dispatcher and the operator approve them. And the dispatcher then tracks the track warrants when they're in use, when they expire on a train tracking sheet, on a tracking sheet for those particular trains. It is a double track main line. I do have a helper district built into the railroad. Very heavy mainline freight operations, Amtrak passenger service, steam excursions, and I'm a Santa Fe Super Chief fan. My family rode the Super Chief from Los Angeles to Chicago back in 1970, right before, of course, Amtrak took over operations for all the major railroads. And it was class service back then. I don't remember tons about the trip, but I do remember it fondly. I remember waking up in the middle of the night at one station stop and seeing lots of snow. But because the train was a Christmas train headed to Chicago for Christmas, there were a lot of kids on the train. And there were, if I remember correctly, 2 pleasure domes on the train. And one of the pleasure domes, the kids took over as a kid car. And I remember very clearly being up in the pleasure dome on the Super Chief headed east. And at that same convention in Seattle, the wine dinner train that was up north of Seattle, I don't think that train is there anymore. Someone may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but they had a Santa Fe pleasure dome. And during the stop halfway through the trip up at the winery, I went into the car and climbed the kind of semicircular stairwell up into the pleasure dome, and I stood there for a moment as I climbed the stairs, and I've been here before. And I have no clue if it was the same pleasure dome that we had as a kid on the Super Chief, but the feeling of nostalgia was stunning, and I've loved the Super Chief ever since. And so when Walthers announced the Super Chief many years ago, I bought the entire set. I now run it on the railroad behind a matching set of F units, and that's on excursion service as well. I love the Super Chief and the El Capitan cars, and so they live on the railroad too. On the railroad, my lower level staging yard is east. The upper level one is west. There is a division point yard in Salt Lake City, and then there are industrial districts in Salt Lake City, Mystery, Idaho, and then the mountains in Oregon and Washington. I have a locomotive service facility, division point yard, an intermodal yard, industrial areas, a U.S. Army training facility, of course, lots of mountain railroading, and I've got a section of winter. And there was there've been some things about winter modeling recently in the media, and it's been kind of cool. And I model winter on mine. I took a giant leap one day and just said, okay, this is what I want in this area. I've got a picture of what I kind of want, and I'm very pleased with it. I'll show you what it looks like in a little bit. The layout is under construction by members of the North Atlanta Rail Barons Operating Group. Got my logo shirt on. All the bench work is in. The scenery's about 70% complete. All the electric wiring is in. Equipment panels are in place and wire, and I'll show you what one of those looks like. It's not one of the prettier ones, but it's one of the more accessible ones. The room is nice and completely finished, recessed LED lighting on dimmers. I can kill the power in the room when I leave, just to make sure I don't leave anything on. All of the circuits in the room are on their own circuit breakers. So that's all well done. I had the room wired that way on purpose. I've got a nice finished crew lounge that the crew likes because it's got a pool table and a bar. I have the LIN signaling system, LIN's blocks detection, and then when I get it programmed, I'll have computer-aided dispatcher. The dispatcher will be able to sit in his own office and watch the railroad, watch block occupancy on big display and operate the layout from there. We feature walk-around plug-in throttles for the local crews and yard operators, radio throttles for road crews, and then the dispatcher dispatches via radio, FRS radio, to the operators out in the railroad room. The layout is based on the former, not the layout that Stephen and Cynthia just demolished and moved, but the one before that, the Emporia subdivision that they had. They had a double-deck Santa Fe-based layout. That layout had been featured in Model Railroader and in Railroad Model Craftsman. In fact, my room finished. I got my room finished when I had the basement finished after we moved into the house. And I said, okay, now I've got this nice big room finished. I took 3 rooms, took down some non-load bearing walls, turned it into one very large room, which you'll see shortly. And I said, okay, I've got this nice big room. What do I fill it with? I need to do a track plan. And the very next month in Model Railroader appeared this railroad. Oh, no duck unders, double deck, lots of space to run, yard space, staging yards, very cool. Wrote to Stephen and Cynthia, said, can I steal your track plan? They wrote back and said, sure. They've been friends ever since. And this is where my layout gets its plan from. This is their upper level staging. It's kind of what mine looks like. The staging yard kind of curves around to form the return loops. This is kind of an overall view of one big section of their room. And somewhere I've known the photograph of the name of the guy who was operating in here. Somebody will remember him and point it out, I'm quite certain. But this is a gorgeous layout. this was nice. The layout that they just took down, I saw, it was gorgeous. Giant sigh. No more Stephen and Cynthia Priest layouts, and they're really good at what they do. Okay, on to the Utah, Colorado, and Western. This is a picture that was courtesy of Brian Sandberg when we started an advertising program for the Piedmont Division. This is one of the photographs he took. This is part of the town of Mystery, Idaho. I'm a Star Trek fan as well as a Star Wars fan. The town of Mystery was formed. Indulge me for a second. When a Borg sphere crashed into Mount LaForge, removed the top of the mountain and left a big bowl, and that's where the town of Mystery formed. There's more of Mystery painted on the backdrop back here. My wife blended all of the colors as we got further and further to the right over here, and you'll see a better picture of that later, to match the colors of the painted backdrop with the colors that we were using for scenery, so it blends seamlessly in. It's really kind of cool. But anyway, this is the town of Mystery, and we'll go over some of the features of the railroad. This is the vice president of structures and infrastructure for the railroad. His name is Howard Goodwin. This is when he was younger and could get on the floor, and before he was an MMR, when he was installing bench work on the UCNW as we were building. This is that area of the room. He was working over here to the right. This is what the railroad looked like at one point. This is that same scene now. This is the town of Mystery. Where that train is sitting is in here. The painted backdrop is all along here. The colors change as you get into the three-dimensional scenery that's here. So this is how all of that blends together. This is Chirella Creek. This is all micro-engineering bridge work across here. There are kayakers down in the river down at the bottom. It's relatively nice. These are the staging yards. I've got a better view of that later. Idaho is over here on the left, staging on the right. This is the other side of the room. This is where the return loops are in. The staging yards are over here. The return loops are over here. This entire peninsula, this side of the peninsula, and all of this over here is Utah. Idaho is on this part of the peninsula over here on the other side of it. From the previous picture, this is the other side of this peninsula. This is this side of the room. About 4 days ago, this is Shadow, who Gordy briefly mentioned, my Shetland sheepdog, who would probably be really well at home where Gordy lives. This is the intermodal facility in Salt Lake City. The Division Point Yard is down here. This is an oriented strand board, or this will be an oriented strand board factory up here in this place in Washington. This is all of the scenery that continues along the upper level of the second level up here, and the whole purpose of that second level is just to have a long main line run through the forest. That's its sole purpose. This is the high desert area of Salt Lake City. The Salt Lake City depot for my railroad is over here just off to the side of this camera view. The scenery that I'm working on right now is at the very end of the upper level down here in the big bay window down here. And I think I've got a picture of that on here. If not, you can see it on the NMRA Facebook page because I've been adding pictures of it there. In fact, this is it. This is where I've been working on my most recent scenery from an article in Model Railroader some time ago. They had pictures of a track maintenance facility that they built. I kind of liked it, and I knew this is what I wanted to do in this area of Moose Crossing. So Cody Grivno sent me some detailed pictures. I looked at those, referenced those, kit bashed this building. This is something that I got from Atlas or something. Did some scratch building over to the right, and I've been working away on my track maintenance facility in the wide spot on the railroad called Moose Crossing. Behind where we were standing earlier, one side of the corner of that end of the room is a rather large construction company with cement plant and all that stuff. And on the other corner is the start of my training facility and a POL facility backed into that corner. And then these are the upper and lower level staging yards on the railroad. And I'm working on and have finally figured out what I'm going to do to finish construction of a town that's in the return loop over on the upper side of the railroad over here. And I'm going to do something somewhat similar to the upper level or the lower level return loop that's off to the right off camera over here. I've got my car carts and waybill car cart boxes for both levels of the staging yard. We just stage trains into here, and since they're double-ended yards, we can restage the layout during operations, which makes it nice. Here's a section of northern Utah. This is actually the one of the main advertising images for the Piedmont Division, and in their literature, our trifold features this on its cover, which is kind of cool. Here is 3804 on one of its runs through, in this case, coming out of the helix, headed towards Mystery, Idaho. And here is winter. I knew I wanted a picture of this. Off to the right, off of camera, I have a picture of a Union Pacific mainline double track and a train running through it through very red canyons. I'm not sure where it is. I have absolutely no clue. Very red rock and very light snowfall over it. Really kind of a cool picture. And then I'd had it hanging next to this area on the railroad for quite some time. And I was never really brave enough to jump in and finish it and have the snowfall on it. And so I finally decided, no, I need to get it done. Built the retaining wall, added all of the rock work, added the extra rock work and all the trees and all that stuff all around here, did all of the ballasting, got the scene completely finished, all in its beautiful greenery, built a test section, a small diorama, and snowed on it. Used side, fixed it in place with hairspray, brought it inside, and everything was yellow. Not from that. And I thought, this is very strange. And then realized it was because the lights that I was holding it under in the bar, in the crew lounge, were yellowish, incandescent, soft white lights, and that turned everything yellow. Brought it in here to the railroad room, cranked it up, and under the daylight bulbs from the LEDs, it looked back to white like it was supposed to, so I finished the scene. This is not prettiest, but this is one of the control panels. These modules perform both block occupancy and drive signals. This module provides feedback back to the DCC system. Of course, a Digitrax DS64, everything runs out to terminal strips. Terminal strips run out to the blocks on the layout. This is all one power district. It has its own power supply, so power comes in, heads out to here. And somewhere in the middle of the railroad, I've got a speedometer so the crews know how fast they're going. Okay, Gordy, this is the last of this slide set, so here's the place for questions. I'll drop the slide set and stop sharing.
Cool, thanks, Perry. I think that really helps people understand just how much really goes into doing a freelanced model railroad. It's a lot of work.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you explaining all of that to everybody and showing some pictures of your layout. I'm just having a few issues with Facebook. So if you're asking questions right now and I can't get them, I apologize because I already have quite a few. So we'll do quite a few that I've got. Bob Johnson absolutely loves your presentation because he's been firing off hundreds of questions.
Thanks.
So, which is great. So his first question that he put was, given that your company is a product of so many mergers, have you standardized equipment, or do you just have a vast variety of horns and cab designs, etc.?
No, and actually I have a clinic on detailing diesel locomotives, and it follows. So all of my locomotives, all of the current purchase of locomotives and everything that we've inherited all gets rebuilt in the shop, so it all matches the same family. Same cab air conditioners, same horns, same rotary beacons, same radio antennas, the whole 9 yards. Good question.
Awesome. Okay. So we will just go to his next question, which was, it's impossible. Well, he said you can't possibly model the entire US. So why did you choose not to model a smaller railroad that fits a more limited geographical footprint, i.e. an area that you can model? Would that not have made more sense?
Well, and to a degree it would. I have two separate branch answers to that. One is, if Godzilla came along and stepped on my house and wiped out my railroad, I'd start again, but I'd do it in N scale so that I could better represent the vast open spaces of the Western United States. But I do exactly the same thing. The alternative would be to do an industrial railroad, and I do a 43-foot by 14-foot room with just industry in it, and a yard would work. Actually went and walked the lay, have condensed vast areas of space of distance in the Western United States down into a 43 by 14-foot room. It's a compromise, but so is all of model railroading. I like mainline freight. I like heavy mainline freight, and I like today. And so I just keep updating the layout, but I don't have a really good answer for you. I like it.
Okay, no, that's fine. But we can keep short answers because we've only got 5 minutes left. I'm looking over here at you and you're in front of me, which is a bit daft, but never mind. Okay, final question from Bob was, thank you for being such a champion of freelancing. Have you ever taken flack from the rivet counting prototype modelers?
No, actually. I might one day if someone walks in and says, well, you've got like Norfolk Southern's 911 locomotive, 911 locomotive, and it's not re-stenciled. Well, yeah, because it's gorgeous. But no, it's my railroad, but nobody has walked in and said, oh, no, you can't do that, which is nice because I would just send them away.
Okay, don't be sending me away. I've got more questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so next question is, how did CSX avoid being swallowed up by your railroad? That was from Jeffrey Youth.
Norfolk Southern was just a better match for what we needed to connect our western routes to the East Coast. So it was just the logical choice. No particular reason. CSX still exists, and I have CSX equipment on the railroad.
Okay, that's fine. Jeff Schultz asks, what did you do for the 2 years that EMD couldn't supply Tier 4 units?
Lots of rebuilding. We still have a fair number of SD 40-3s running around the railroad.
Okay, that's cool. Everyone loves an SD40. Can't go wrong with an SD40. Dave Goodwin asks, Dave Godwin, sorry. Your railroad is coast to coast. So is the UC&W larger than CSX and NS? I think this might have been asked before you mentioned swallowing up the NS.
Yeah, we swallowed it. It is far larger than NS. It is far large. Well, NS no longer exists, but yeah, it's larger than UP, larger than BNSF, and far larger than CSX. On a distance-wise, it's probably equivalent of Canadian National.
Okay, I can go for that. I model the Canadian National, so that's fine. Okay, and Joseph Martin asks, are you accepting employment applications for any IT positions?
Yes, we are.
Could this be for a virtual ops session?
We could look at that.
That's fantastic. Well, that seems to conclude all of the questions. Someone's suggesting that you need to get some of your models custom rebuilds done just for the UCNW.
Yep.
I think that's it. I just want to end with one comment that people may have missed from Brian. Just missed Brian's name. Brian Ford, who says he remembers doing an ops session on your layout and getting grief because the passenger trains and the intermodals the engineers were running at less than the speed limit. You run your layout very quickly. Is this to keep the theme, or is this just because you like seeing the trains go fast?
No, it's just for the theme. And since then, we've kind of reduced speed limits on the railroad just because it kind of helps with the lack of distance.
Okay. Well, there we go. That's all the questions. Thank you, Perry. That was great. Really interesting. Something a little bit different for everybody. What we'll do now is we'll just sign off. Everyone, the stream's going to go quiet. There'll be a holding card on there. I'm not going to subject you to the elevator music for this break. When we come back, we will talk to Mr. Tom Gazier, MMR, and we will have a virtual layout tour. So stick with us. You've got probably 5 to 8 minutes to go do a pee break or get a brew. That's a coffee in English. That's not a brew as in a distilled or alcoholic wobbly pop. That is a coffee or a tea or a glass of water, and we'll be right back at the top of the hour with Mr. Thomas Gazier, MMR. So thanks, Perry. We'll sign off. We'll see you later.
Thanks, Gordy.
Okay, everybody, slight change of plan. We are back Facebook Live in the same place. Sorry if any of you have just dropped off. I saw the numbers just dropped by about 20 just to see what we did. The bandwidth at the moment it's 6 p.m. in the United Kingdom, and everybody is on the internet watching Netflix and everything like that, stuck at home. And I don't have the bandwidth to control the machine in Australia strong enough to trust that we could get back onto Facebook. And as we've only been going for 4 hours in this stream, we'll keep going for a few more hours and we'll try in a little bit. So for our next clinic, we have back to the New Haven. It's a secret interest of mine, the New Haven Railroad, and we're joined by Chris Adams from Connecticut, from Essex, Connecticut. I think you're still in Essex, aren't you, Chris?
That's right. Oh, no, Old Saybrook.
Old Saybrook. Oh, okay, got to get this right. Not far away.
There you go.
Next town over, but we can't be on the wrong side of the tracks. Okay.
Right.
So Chris is there, sat in the headquarters of the New Haven Railroad Historical Society, and Chris is going to give his clinic on his railroad and why he modeled the Valley Line. So it's enough for me. We'll hand over to Chris. Let Chris say hi in just a second when I can control the stream a bit better. This is really slow, sorry. I'm going to just make you full screen and then I'm going to shut up.
All right.
All right, you're on. Off you go. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you so much for you and your team and everything that you've been doing for this stream. This is really an amazing opportunity for folks that are shut in all over the world to attend a convention, get out of their house, even if just virtually, to mix with their friends and see some of this great content. So hopefully you are seeing the first slide, I think you are, of the first slide of the presentation. Modeling the Valley Line using prototype inspiration and information to model a Southern New England branch line. You may have seen me on the internet, either at my Facebook group, which I just started a few months ago at the Valley Local. Please consider joining that if you're on Facebook. If you're not, you can certainly catch me on the World Wide Web, www.thevalleylocal.net. And I also blog. I have a blog that links to that website as well. So you'll want to be sure and check that out. So just to kick things off for now, I want to ask you a question. What inspires you? What inspires you to model a particular prototype? Is it someplace you've been on vacation, maybe? A particular photograph or scene that you really want to replicate? Maybe you read something in a book. And let's see, I don't know if this is this coming through on the feed? Okay, I guess it's just a little bit delayed. So anyway, maybe it was a book that inspired you wanting to recreate a railroad. Maybe it was a movie. Maybe you saw a movie on YouTube or on Netflix, and you thought, oh, you know, really want to recreate that railroad. Well, guess what? I modeled the New Haven Railroad. You see all the inspiration there. But whenever you want to model the New Haven Railroad, what does that even mean to model the New Haven Railroad? Are you going to model the heavy 4-track main line under the wire, the catenary between New Haven and New York? Maybe you're going to model the New Haven Railroad by modeling the freight-only Maybrook line that was the main artery into southern New England for over 100 years. Maybe you're going to model the shoreline, heavy freight and passenger traffic down between New York City and Boston, fabled mainline thruway. Maybe you're not even really going to focus on freight at all in the New Haven. Maybe you're going to focus on one of the many named passenger trains. New Haven Railroad was actually one of the few railroads that actually made money on its passenger service, hauling people between New York, Boston, Springfield, Massachusetts, and all the commuters. First or second heaviest commuter traffic in the country. This is the New Haven. So what are you going to model? Look at that web of lines all over the place in southern New England. It was really, other than a small branch line in the central Vermont, it was really the only railroad in southern New England. And you can see the Maybrook line that goes from Poughkeepsie over the Poughkeepsie Bridge, from Maybrook over the Hudson down to New Haven up to Boston, which is off the screen up to the upper right. Got New York City down in the lower left. But look at all those branch lines. Retail railroading. This is where the railroad met the customer on a very personal basis. And it's really that I want to model. That's what epitomizes the New Haven to me, is the branch lines, the lowly local way freights, where you know the crews by first name, the shippers all along the way. Speaking of first names, that's Bill Beaupre on the left. He's the engineer. That is Dave Corsair on the right. He's the fireman. This is summer of 47, maybe. A John Wallace photo. You'll hear a presentation today. And this is the GP7 of the steam era on the New Haven, a K1 class mogul. And this is shot at the Wethersfield station area. So in modeling the New Haven, I've got, just like everybody else, you got to come up with your layout givens and druthers. So obviously it has to be New Haven Railroad prototype. I really like operations. I like the idea of being able to go out in the morning, get the steam up on the engine, do all my loads and empties during the day, and then return in the evening. So I want to replicate that. Railroad also needs to be scenic with a variety of customers, to be interesting both visually and operationally. Also some motive power variety. I would like a little bit of steam, a little bit of diesel. Also traffic variety, local freights and branch lines. More of those the better, because that's really my focus. But I still want some mainline running in operations. A little bit of the taste of the real New Haven Railroad that so many people are familiar with. pretty tall order. If you're trying to, shove all that, 5 pounds of stuff into a 1 pound barrel, it's a tall order, even if you've got a full basement. So what I did is I narrowed it down to the New Haven Railroad's Connecticut Valley Line. This was the line that ran along the Connecticut River between Hartford and Old Saybrook. North is to the top, Saybrook is down at the bottom, and along the Long Island Sound. Actually, the engines were serviced at the East Hartford Yard just across the river, and so they would be serviced in East Hartford and then go across to the Hartford Yards, pick up the train, and then move south through the Connecticut River Valley. The line was built between 1869 and 1872 and was absorbed by the New Haven in 1887. Passenger service ended on the line in 2 phases. The southern phase, south of Middletown to Old Saybrook, ended very early in 1930. The passenger traffic between Hartford and Middletown stuck around a little bit longer for commuter service from Middletown into Hartford, but even that ended in 1933. The airline branch was the old main line between New Haven and Boston, became secondary line after the drawbridge was put in across the Thames River in New London, Connecticut. And it went from New Haven to Boston, from the southwest to the northeast through Middletown. You can see that going through East Wallingford, Middlefield, Durham, across the river at Middletown. And then the Valley Line connected with the shoreline at Old Saybrook down there at the bottom. The area was served by 3 local freights, 4 if you count the second local in Old Saybrook. And how does that happen? Well, you've got a local freight that comes from the north that originates in East Hartford and works its way south, typically down to East Haddam and Moodus, which you see there just above that number 13. The airline local is the second local on the line that intersects at Middletown. It swaps cars with the Valley local at Middletown and continues on its way. And then there are 2 locals that serve Old Saybrook directly, the eastbound local between New Haven and New London, and the westbound local from New London to New Haven. And they meet in Old Saybrook. And during the era that I model, 1948, late 1940s, the New London local goes up the southern end of the Valley Line and serves the lower southern portion of the Valley Line and meets with the north end local at East Haddam. So plenty of local freights, just what I wanted. But also some main line running. I've got did some research and realized in a 24-hour period in Old Saybrook alone, over 70 trains, freight and passenger trains, going back and forth constantly through a 24-hour period through Old Saybrook. So modeling just Old Saybrook, you get a little taste of that as well. I didn't really come by the Valley Line by accident. I actually worked on this railroad right out of high school. I graduated high school and literally the next day moved into what looks like a boxcar. It was actually an old Pullman troop sleeper, and worked on the Valley Line, the Essex steam train, for 3 years as a steam locomotive fireman. That's actually a picture of me on the right. And we used to have a photography studio on site at the Valley Railroad that would take these old-timey sepia tone photographs. That's my engineer, Paul Lewis, there on the left. And another reason to model this line, it was covered by no less than Tony Custer in the May 1980 issue of Railroad Model Craftsman with this nice little vignette called The Mogul at Middletown. This is the Valley local in Middletown heading southbound. You can, you're seeing it from the walkway on the approach to the Aragoni Bridge, which is the highway bridge over the Connecticut River to the right. You're looking north in this spot. You can't actually really take this picture today, only because of all the trees that have grown up in this area, but all the houses and everything else, if you took the trees out, you could see this scene today, except for the steam-powered freight train, of course. And this was really the clincher, frankly, for me in modeling the Valley Line was John Wallace. John Wallace. He's still with us, fortunately, and still taking pictures and still coming over to the house to catalog the New Haven Railroad Historical Society's photo collection from time to time. He fired unofficially on the Valley Line in the late 40s while he was in high school, growing up right alongside the line. And had the presence of mind to take his camera with him and took pictures of the happenings as he experienced them in the late 40s, which was awesome. He included all these pictures in a 2-part series in the New Haven Railroad Society's Shoreliner magazine. 2 different issues, which it's amazing what he recalled. There's a whole section in there on a typical day on the Valley Line, and the layout that I've got in my basement actually can replicate every single move that he discusses, every single bit of traffic that he discusses in that article. And I've got all the photographs to kind of back it up as well, which is amazing. And so he's been an amazing resource. Really blessed to have him. The other guy that's really been a huge help is Max Miller. Here he is cataloging the collection at my house on volunteer night. And he is the Valley Railroad historian. He has amassed binders full of different photographs and news clippings. He's even written a book on the Valley Line, which you can find on Amazon, called Along the Valley Line. And I highly recommend it. Get it before it goes out of print. But he's been really generous in loaning photographs to me for reference and inspiration. And got them plastered all over the layout for reference, all over my railroad den for enjoyment. He's been a real blessing to have as well. So those are my main sources of prototype information. The rest of them are going to be very familiar to anybody that's done any research for their railroad. You want to try and get former employees while they're still around. If you're modeling modern era, obviously that's a bit easier than if you're modeling 19th century, of course. Local experts. You'd be surprised, even folks that don't really know about railroad stuff, they may recall different industries and different traffic that were around, especially on the branch lines where, again, the retail railroading, where you met with the railroad face-to-face through the agents. A lot of these local experts, may remember some of that. Books and magazines, of course, photographs. I mean, railroad historical societies. I've mentioned the New Haven Railroad Historical and Technical Association, which is our railroad's historical society, but I highly recommend that you join your own railroad historical society as well. They'll have publications and archives that you might be able to take advantage of. Sanborn maps, you may have heard a lot about those through Tony Custer's books on layout design elements. Beware about using those. We'll maybe mention that a little bit later. Some of the potential pitfalls of using those, even though they're otherwise pretty accurate. Libraries, of course, that's the old way of doing it. Now the new way of doing it, Google's your friend, get on the internet. And I'm really blessed. I have the Valley Line going literally right past my house in Old Saybrook, and I commute along the line going from Old Saybrook to Hartford, every day. Well, we're not locked down, going to work. So I can actually get out in the field and research. A lot of people can't do that, but if you can, there's nothing like being able to get a sense of the place, the terrain, topography, just really kind of getting into the area that you're modeling. There's really no substitute for it. So now we've got the time and, well, we've got the place, but now we need the time. When you're choosing an era to model, you can model 20th century, I suppose, but you ought to have a pretty huge budget to acquire all the rolling stock and engines you need. And speaking of which, when you're choosing an era, that often depends, at least for me, on what motive power you want to run, what engines, what kind of locomotives. Well, on the New Haven, it's interesting on this particular line, 3 years, there were 3 different eras. Basically, you've got the steam era, things on the lines where all the locals were all steam up to 1947. Transition era lasted about 12 months. In the year of 1948, you had a little bit of a mix. And then the diesel era from 1949 on, it was all diesels on the local. So really a very tight era that I can model. But the nice thing is that the physical plant, the buildings, the structures, the industries and everything didn't change all that much, but the motive power did. So if I want to run an operating session, you'll know what year it is, whether it's 1947, 1948, 1949, depending on what engines are running that night, and also based on the paperwork, but we might get into that later. In the steam era, Valley Local was powered by that jack of all trades, the K1D Mogul, typically number 356, according to the photos. All of this information is based on photos. I try and get an engine assignment book when I can, but that's not always possible. So the airline local had a Mikado. The shoreline locals had a mix of Mikados and Moguls. And the shoreline through trains were I-4 Pacifics and I-5 Hudsons holding down the varnish, Mountains and L-Class Santa Fe's on the freight trains, and DL109s on both. The DL109s were dual-purpose locomotives that the New Haven ordered that were delivered literally just in the nick of time in World War II. The week after Pearl Harbor, they started showing up. And New Haven ran the wheels off of them, putting them on passenger trains during the day and then flipping them around and servicing them and throwing them on a freight train at night. And they just went back and forth on both freight and passenger all through this era. Transition era, 1948, really fortunate to have a guy that attended one of my clinics some years back, asked me if I'd be interested in a report, in a motive power report that the railroad produced that he found. Yes, of course, I would very much be interested in. And what this is a report of what every single locomotive did on the railroad on April 20th, 1948. So I can tell you exactly on that day what engines the actual specific locomotive ran on the different trains on that day. Interestingly, the shoreline does a big transition in 1948. It's almost exclusively DL109s. PAs were delivered later in 1948 in September. And interestingly also, there's still some steam. In April 20th, 1948, you would think that the name train, famous name train of New Haven, the Yankee Clipper, would have the best power, latest, most up-to-date power. Well, the eastbound version had DL109s on it. The westbound version on this day, for some reason, had an I-5 Hudson on it. Don't know why. Would love to know the story there. Maybe there was a breakdown. Maybe they just needed to move some steam around or use up some of the service life on the steamer. I don't know, but it makes for some interesting variety. 1949 in Connecticut River Valley, all the locals are dieselized by now. S1s on the Valley local, S2s on the airline local. The shoreline locals are a mix of RS1s and S2s. Shoreline through trains, all DL109s, FAs, and PAs. It's all Alco diesels. As far as industries, the branch line in southern New England. So, you know, you get what you'd expect, a bulk track. A lot of people know it as a team track, universal industry. You can basically, if you don't have a siding and you need to ship or receive something, you get it at the bulk track. Coal, during the late 40s, still a lot of homes using coal for heating. There was a big coal strike, nationwide strike around this time as well that really accelerated the conversion of home heating over to oil. But at this point, it's still mostly coal. Lumber yards, feed, it's an agricultural area in the southern Connecticut River Valley, so there's lots of farms. So we got feed mills in different towns along the way. That heating oil I was telling you about before, there's a depot in Old Saybrook as well as Valley Coal in Weathersfield has some oil as well, and we'll see some of that. So those are the general types of industries that you might expect to find on any branch line, but on the Valley line specifically, we've got a beer distributor in Weathersfield. We've got a soda bottler in Weathersfield as well. Hartford Rayon is really interesting. It's the biggest shipper in the dividend section of Rocky Hill. They actually made parachutes during World War II, and I think today the buildings are owned by Pratt & Whitney. But it was the main reason for keeping the line in service after the war was for servicing Hartford Rayon. Meach and Stoddard, really huge feed mill in Middletown, servicing the entire Middlesex County area. Middletown Meatpacking, same thing. They would receive cattle in stock cars and process the meat there. Witch hazel was a big commodity on the southern end of the Valley line in Essex. We'll see a little bit more of that later. Stanley Chemical up at the end of the East Berlin branch, that branch line that went northwest out of Middletown. Main reason for keeping that branch up was for Stanley Chemical, which made paint products and lots of brickyards along the way. in that area. And finally, the Chapman Company in Old Saybrook, that was a fuel, oil, and coal dealer as well. Here's an example of some auto unloading the old-fashioned way on the bulk track in Old Saybrook. There are some stock cars in Middletown going to Middletown Meatpacking. That's the Aragoni Bridge in the background. That's the Valley Local southbound. Connecticut River's in the background. This is an interesting shot. This is a southbound Valley Local in the Gough Brooks section of Rocky Hill. But notice in the background there, you've got these steel girders, and this is probably from the summer of '47, I would expect, because those girders are for the new Baldwin Bridge that's being constructed across the lower part of the Connecticut River, taking the Connecticut Turnpike over the Connecticut River. So the Valley line was a high and wide load line. So these came down the valley on Valley Local. Then they would be transloaded to barges in Deep River and then floated down to the job site. The Baldwin Bridge opened at the end of 1948, I think. And gliders. This is World War II era shot. These are crates of gliders by Pratt and Reed Company for the war effort, all crated up and shipped by gondola. We'll see those a little bit later in Old Saybrook. That's a lot of information, a lot of prototype information. What am I doing with it all? That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create a time machine. I want a way to go back to and tell a story of Connecticut River Valley in the early post-war era, what it was like to live and breathe and be in this area during that era, and know what it was like to hear the whistle at night and smell the coal smoke, and get your bicycle shipped to you at the house track at the freight house, or what have you. Just getting into that era and telling the story of this area. That's what I'm trying to do with all this information. So I'm doing that in about 642 square feet in my basement, in 3.5 rooms. Thanks to Randy Hamill for the sketch. Those are my basement stairs at the bottom. You'll see Old Saybrook there at the bottom of the stairs. Off to the left is the into the shop area, which is down off map in is New London Staging. You've got Essex in the lower end of the Valley line in the left-hand room, and the northern end of the Valley line in the right-hand room. 170 total feet of branch line run, 62 feet of main line. I'm modeling autumn of one of those 3 years, typically 1948. I've got every town depicted from Wethersfield to Middletown, and then also the East Berlin branch, which is in the upper right-hand corner of that track plan you'll see up there in the corner of the basement. Also East Haddam, the lower end of the Valley line, I've limited to the towns of East Haddam, Deep River, and Essex for operational purposes mostly. And then Old Saybrook as well, including the Y. The Somerset and Mill Hollow, totally fictional, which is why they're in bunny ears. Those you'll see in the upper left hand area of the track map. Those are totally fictional towns, but operationally, they operate as the airline, but they are where I have included a lot of structures that I salvaged off a dear friend's layout. If you follow the blog, Chet Reck, that's where all of his structures ended up. And Hartford, New Haven, New London, Boston, New York, the West, the South is all represented by staging. Particulars, I am not an innovator. I stand on the shoulders of others. There's nothing really innovative here. About as innovative as I get is Bill Schneider talking me into using foam-based scenery in the Essex room. But otherwise, it's cardboard strips, plaster cloth, masonite, the usual stuff. So let's do a quick tour of the Valley line. We'll start in Wethersfield in the north. This is the Sanborn map. You'll see Wethersfield lumber there on the left. Ballantyne's is there on the right, doesn't have the siding just yet. This is looking north into Hartford staging. That is the Hartford skyline on the backdrop. That is a picture of the skyline in my era, and I had a friend of mine colorize it. So I blew it up, cut it out, put it on the masonite, and now you have an authentic Hartford skyline from the vantage point that you'd see looking up the line here. That is the Route 15 overpass. All but the railings are scratch built or resin cast. I did an article in Model Railroad Hobbyist about the resin casting the girders. My friend Dave Messer, who you'll hear more about throughout Wethersfield, sent me the parts for the abutments. That's the Hartford bypass that went over the Charter Oak Bridge. This is in process. Wethersfield Lumber on the left. And that's my high sign, I guess, from the cuckoo clock that I've got 30 minutes in already. So we've got Ballantyne's on the right. And this is as it looked this morning. Wethersfield. So I've got no pictures of any of this stuff. I don't have any pictures of the lumber company. I don't have any pictures of Ballantyne's. So I've got this picture, though. This is a picture of the 1936 floods, an aerial view of Wethersfield. Doesn't look that useful until you zoom in and you see Wethersfield lumber, and it confirmed for me that it does have that distinctive shed that Walters very graciously made a kit of that I used for my version of Wethersfield lumber. That's it in construction. And that's as of this morning. That house on the right was built by my friend Dave Messer, who grew up in Wethersfield. About 5 years after John Wallace, he built many of the, actually most of the structures in Wethersfield from memory and from plans that he made up. And he built this model of John Wallace's house, and it is on Fernwood Street. It is actually wasn't right against the tracks; they were on the railroad. And speaking of John Wallace, this is all I have of Ballantyne's beer distributor. So he did that sketch from memory, and it looked a lot to me like the Walters Grocery Warehouse. So I took that kit. I took off the office building off the top, used that in the right background there for a separate office building, but it looks pretty darn close, especially at least until anybody gives me any pictures, and then I'll be sure and rebuild it. But you got to show me the pictures as proof. That's in process, and that's as of this morning. Wethersfield Station, quick story about Sanborn maps. I mentioned before, beware of using them. So one of the downfalls of having somebody that actually knows the railroad you're depicting and knows it during the era you're modeling, namely John Wallace, I'm looking at you. I had done the Wethersfield Station area all perfectly prototype. I had the house track by the stub track by the station. I had the passing track. I had the bulk track by Grey Rock, which is up there in the upper left, and was all proud of myself. And I had John over to see it, and he was suitably impressed and liked it and everything. But he said, "What's up with that passing track there?" It's like, well, it's on the map. You know, I did it perfectly, right? And he's like, well, what? You're modeling late 40s, right? It's like, yeah. It's like, well, the passing tracks were taken out when passenger service was taken out. It's like, oh, okay. So what do? Well, you do what you do as a prototype modeler. You're crazy like this. You rip out the passing track and you put it back the way it's supposed to be in your era. And now I've got an explanation for why what I used to think the passing track was so far away from the main line. It was because it was actually the bulk track. And the passing track is where the is in that area between the bulk track that you see there and the in the main line. So that's a mock-up of Grey Rock, and then the station is there in the lower right. That's in process. And this is as it was this morning with some scenery rough in. Wethersfield Station looking north, in process, and as of this morning. I'm going to leave some time for Q&A, so we'll flip through these a little quick. It's Grey Rock building, beautiful model done by my friend Dave Messer. And you can see the bulk track, the vacant area where the passing track used to be. I actually should put some old ties in there to depict that better. See my static grass that I just started putting in. Valley Coal, heading south from Wethersfield, south end of Wethersfield near the Rocky Hill line. This is the Valley Coal area. You can see the tanks, the coal piles. That big black rectangle is the Webb Theater, which John Wallace was actually a projectionist during the 40s there. I don't depict that on my railroad because it would be right at the backdrop and basically would be just a brick wall at the backdrop. So I skipped it, but everything else is there, which we'll see in just a second. This is the only known picture that I know of Valley Coal in service. And you can see there that I used a Walther's dash hoist to kind of rough in the coal lift. And with Dave Messer's help, with the rest of the structures for the scene, that's how it looks in process and as it looks today. Well, as of this morning. Rocky Hill Station, we're continuing south. Again, north is to the right. The foundry is in the aisle on my railroad. I can't model the foundry, but that's okay. It was never served directly by rail. They got their rail shipments of pig iron and sand for casting and all that jazz in gondolas on the bulk track that's across from the station. And you can see that here. This is looking south. The Connecticut River's off on your left. The freight house is dead center. The lower profile building is the station, and you can see the gonds set out for the foundry there on the bulk track. And this is the model. Model's built by Bill Schneider, so credit to him. And more credit to Bill Schneider. He does amazing, amazing work. I'm really blessed and very ready to acknowledge all the help that I've had on this railroad. I literally could not have done it without all the help that I've had from my friends Randy and Peter and Pete and Bill and Dave and John. It's just been a really neat collaborative effort. That's the Rocky Hill Station, again, model built by Bill Schneider. Down in Cromwell, this is kind of an unfinished area, not much here, but that's the Middlesex Turnpike going from left to right, south to north. You're looking north on the Valley Line there. You can see the Middlesex Turnpike crossing in the distance. But this is interesting. You can pretty much see this view today, and whenever there's a backup on I-91 on my way into work, I'll get off on Route 99, which is the old Middlesex Turnpike, and I'll see this scene on my way into work, all except for that diner. Now, I got to tell you about the diner. I don't want to press time, but it's just too good to pass up. So first of all, it's got the octagonal windows, which is very distinctive. But what really makes this diner distinctive is called the Sunset Diner. If you're a big band aficionado, you've probably heard of Glenn Miller, but you probably have not heard of Hal McIntyre. Now, Hal McIntyre was a saxophonist in the first Glenn Miller band, and he grew up in Cromwell. If you know anything about the Glenn Miller band or its history or saw the Glenn Miller story with Jimmy Stewart, you know that first Miller band, wasn't very successful. Glenn Miller, pretty much packed it in after that first band. He was very discouraged and he swore he wasn't going to have another band. And so the band broke up, and Hal McIntyre took all the band's instruments and stored them at his parents' farm in Cromwell. Well, Hal really enjoyed being in the band, and he would pester Glenn Miller every few weeks on the phone. You got to form a new band. You got to form a new band. And Glenn was dead set against it. Then one day out of the blue, Hal gets a call from Glenn Miller. Oh, I'm over at the diner here. I'm in Cromwell. I'm passing through. I'm at the diner. Come down. Let's have a cup of coffee. Let's meet. So Hal goes, meets Glenn Miller at the diner, and it was at that meeting that Hal finally wore him down, and Glenn agreed, to form his second Glenn Miller band, and the rest literally is history. That Miller band ended up extremely popular, had the first million-selling record in Chattanooga Choo Choo. They actually made a gold record out of it, first gold record ever, and all because of that diner, which I'm going to have a model of on my layout. There's kind of roughed in, like I said, not much going on there. Now, don't worry, I'm not going all the way back to the beginning of construction, but since we're in Middletown now, south of Cromwell, and the hub of operations, let's just go into track planning just real quick. So here are the Sanborn maps. North again is to your right. Middletown Yard is there. You can see that, and that's on actually the beginning of the Berlin branch heading northwest out of town. A little bit south of Middletown Yard is the Diamond. That's where the airline crossed over the main line and then crossed over the Connecticut River Bridge. And then further south of Middletown, this is where Middletown Meatpacking is along the river. So this is how, you know, I don't get out graph paper. I don't get out computers. I get out my, my craft paper and just lay it out on the floor. I figured, oh, that's a good size local. I went a prototypically long local freight. So my locals are actually 10 to 15 cars. And just lay it out on the floor, see what looks good. And that's how it started. And this is, you know, just translated up from the floor up to all the carpentry and the benchwork and the wiring. And the track is in, some mock-ups. That tower is actually a kit bashed to look like F279, which is a tower in Middletown. That was done from a Walthers kit. And this is how it looks today. A lot of these buildings came from Bill McGuire's layout. Again, collaborative effort, a lot of blessing with all the people helping out. Shalerville Bridge, the scenic highlight on the Valley Line, south of Middletown. You can almost see this scene today. It's still there. It's just obscured a lot by trees. But here is how it looks on the layout. Credit to Bill Schneider. Got me some neat stone work from Britain and roughed in that scene, along with the Shad Shack, which is still there today and being restored, and that's the Middlesex Turnpike in the foreground. East Haddam and Goodspeeds. This is where the North End local and the South End local would meet and exchange cars, so I had to have that on my layout. 3 tracks. You've got the main track there on the right, the siding, which is what the South End local is coming northbound from Old Saybrook and dropping cars off on the siding, and then the bulk track and house track is the track in the weeds there on the left, as it is on the layout. Deep River, you're looking north here. This is going to be very familiar to any of those of you that have taken the Essex Steam Train. This is where you get the boat today to take the river cruise. And this is as it looked in late 1940s. If you look in the far distance there on the right, you can see where there's a speeder parked on the siding. That's the siding that went down to do the transload of those girders from the flat cars to the barges to float down to the bridge construction site. Just out of the picture on the left is the old Piano Works, which has a lot of wedding receptions now today. It's a building that's still around today and still being used. And there it is in the far distance, built by Bill McGuire to spec and plan. So I definitely need to include that on the layout. This is as Deep River looks on the layout. Essex, big highlight on the southern end. Everybody's familiar with Essex. If you've been to the area to ride the steam train, this is the Sanborn map of the area. Compare the track. I've got just about all the tracks that were there during my era. And that's the Shoreline local heading back to Old Saybrook southbound. Dickinson Witch Hazel in the background, as it looks on the layout. And the Dickinson building is built by Bill McGuire as well. Beautiful, beautiful building. I actually moved the entire backdrop in order to accommodate this building because I didn't want to cut into it. And then Old Saybrook, we finally reached the south end of the line. The Saybrook station is a funny configuration because the Valley Line actually crossed the shoreline here on its way to the ritzy resort borough of Fenwick in Old Saybrook. By the late 40s, that track is out. That track got taken out in 1917, I think. But that's why the station is configured the way it is. The elevation that's facing us is the elevation that would have faced the Valley Line. The shoreline, of course, is there on the right. There's the gliders that we saw before in the crates, ready for transfer to another freight train. Chapman Company that is there on the left with the coal and oil house, freight house. The track 6 is a balloon track that goes around the back of the station and connects the shoreline at both ends. That's as it looks on the railroad. And here's the station and the station model. No, I didn't build these buildings. These are Bill Schneider's handiwork again. Thank God for Bill Schneider and the fact that he doesn't have a layout or didn't have a layout whenever we were doing this, because he obviously had some creative energy that he needed to burn off, and that was all to my benefit. I really appreciate it. This is the old Saybrook scene, pretty much as you see it when you come down in the basement. There's some PAs, so this would be, and they're brand new, no weatherings, and so this would be late 1948. The 109s, same deal. And this is looking south into Old Saybrook. The Valley Line comes into Old Saybrook on a Y track, and it's a little counterintuitive because you're looking south. So west is to the right and east is to the left. So it's a little disorienting, but there's no other way I can put it in the basement. Middlesex Turnpike is cutting across there, and you see that it's dead-ended. There was a grade separation project where the turnpike was taken up and over on an overpass just east of this station site. But, you know, it was dead-ended in the late 40s, so it's dead-ended on my railroad. More of Bill Schneider's handiwork. Couldn't pass this up. This is in the tower. He did a full interior, lit, including the order board. I'm sorry, the control board in the tower. And he also photoshopped in sky just to make it look nice. But it's an amazing scene, and I can really brag on it because I didn't really have anything to do with that. So I hosted, and I'm thankful for that. But credit to Bill for that. But I can take some credit for the structures in East Berlin were done by Bill McGuire that I was able to salvage off his layout. But everything else in the scene is all me. This is my first attempt at serious scenery. Nod to Tom Johnson. I hope I've done you proud. Tried to do that transition into the backdrop, the photo backdrop from the road. And thanks to my wife, since I'm a bit colorblind, she helped me with matching up the chalk weathering so that it would all match. But Bill McGuire does amazing work. These are all scratch built. Static grass, first time doing it, so I think it came out pretty good. It's like so much in this hobby, the more you do it, the better you get at it. I might end up redoing this at some point because I've actually gotten better at it with practice. And first time pouring any sort of river. And just a shout out to Woodland Scenic's Deep Pour Water. It's not cheap. It's I would not recommend it for a lot of water if you've got it, but it is idiot proof. Trust it, coming from this idiot. If you follow the instructions by the letter, you'll get a good result. There's no fumes, there's no bubbles. It comes out beautifully. I did do the bridge. I built and weathered the bridge. Again, except for the structures, this is all my work. But this is not my photography. Thank you to Seth Gartner for this beautiful shot. It shows the Valley Local heading back from East Berlin across the Mattabesset River, and is really captures what I'm trying to do on this layout. All the elements kind of pulled together. Don't have any time to cover a lot of the other stuff. The towns that are still in the pitchwork and track phase, the dividend section of Rocky Hill where Hartford Rayon is. Actually, a little regret that I didn't think to take some pictures down there today, this morning, because the Hartford Rayon buildings Dave Messer actually built and are there, but it's just on blue foam right now. Cromwell, we talked a little bit about Cromwell and Deep River. The fictional airline town, Somerset and Mill Hollow, I did describe those a little bit before. They're totally freelance, so not really in the scope of a prototype presentation like this, but you can certainly see a lot of pictures of them on my website. They're 100% scenic, but fictional, like I said. Mainline and staging, that's really under the hood type stuff. If you want to see any of how I did that, you can check out the blog and the website. Operations, that's a whole other presentation. The coolest thing I think about the layout, and I kind of backed my way into it almost subconsciously, is that it really is a study in contrast. You've got Old Saybrook, a little slice of a very busy main line between Boston and New York, 70 trains a day, heavy passenger, heavy freight. And then you've got these little lowly weed-covered branch lines. You know, I've got the static grass between the rails. I mean, it's a whole different vibe. If you're on a branch line local, you got nothing to worry about. If you're down on the main line, you've got trains on a 3-to-1 fast clock or 4-to-1 fast clock going every few minutes. And the only local is the local coming from New London staging through Old Saybrook up the valley. And that one, you get a little bit of everything. You got to keep out of the way of all the main line traffic. But boy, as soon as you get your orders to go up the valley branch, you can take a deep breath and just relax because you own the railroad, at least all the way up to East Haddam, or as far as your train orders give you authority. And I like, speaking of train orders, I like to do the paperwork. You know, people have a love-hate relationship with that, but I don't mind being a clerk on a railroad. It's kind of fun work. It's a session before the session, and it really scales nicely. It's the same paperwork whether your trains are 1/87th scale or full size. So it's in that sense, it's the most prototypical job on the entire layout. If you do want more information, you can certainly check out the website. It's at www.thevalleylocal.net. You need the W's, you need the net. Otherwise, you won't find it. You could also check out the Facebook group, The Valley Local. I accept all legitimate requests. I don't accept from strange people in Bosnia that have questionable images on their site. If they have no railroad thing tie, I don't accept those, but pretty much accept everybody else. And that'll do it for now. I just got a text from somebody that the feed may have gone down. I hope it didn't. I hope things are okay, but I really appreciate Gordy Robinson and NMRA social media group putting this on. This has been just a really cool opportunity for everybody that is shut in and locked down to participate and actually enjoy seeing some of these layouts that you just wouldn't see otherwise. I mean, I woke up back in time in the Connecticut River Valley in the late 40s. In a lot of ways, we live in the most amazing time now. You can do all this stuff. So thank you again so much.
Thank you, Chris. I'm not sure if we're done or not, but since we're still recording, how about we answer a few of the questions that we saw?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I I have one of two signatures that I need to be qualified as a diesel engineer over on the valley, but I got sidetracked when my day job actually got really busy one year with a big impasse, and I kind of fell off the beam on that a few years ago. So I need to re-up that a bit if I can and find the time to do that. But yeah, absolutely. Although I'd like to do the right-hand side of the cab. Yeah, I'm 51. Firing isn't as easy as it was when I was 18.
Sweet. Joey wanted to know which major industries will you use on the line for the most operations? I'm not sure if the question was early.
Okay. Let's see. I guess it would have to be Hartford Rayon. Hartford Rayon has a funny track arrangement. There's a switchback that serves the factory and the warehouse, and there's a separate tank track for bringing in tank cars. Plus, there's no runaround. Any of the runaround has to be done north in Rocky Hill, just like on the prototype. The dividend section of Rocky Hill, Hartford Rayon was about a mile south of the runaround, and they would actually have to put cars on the pilot of the engine to do the switching. But then, other than that, it's not industries per se, but the switching in Middletown Yard. There's a lot of there's a high concentration of industries and swapping with the airline local in Middletown Yard. So that's the other real hot spot.
So Andy wanted to know in which month in the MRH was your article about the casting for the bridge, but I do believe someone answered the question.
Okay, good. Because I don't remember actually. I know that I did have an article on detailing a New Haven RS2 that came out last September. That was the most recent article. But the resin casting article, I think, may have been last summer, but it's easy enough to find if somebody hasn't answered that already.
Okay, Bruce wants to know the rails going into staging in Wethersfield are ballasted in brown. He presumes that's prototypical. Do you know what the actual rock is? Okay,
that's a great question. Well, you caught me. The ballast that's brown north of that's right near the overpass there is actually dirt from the area that I sifted. And but yeah, when you put the glue and water mix on it, it just really darkened up. The prototype actually reballasted the line with trap rock from Hartford to Middletown in the summer of 1945. So coming south from that brown portion that was mentioned, you'll see that there's trap rock. But because I'm modeling autumn of 1948, it's been a few years. They don't have good maintenance or sprayers. You'll see some weeds coming up in the ballast. But south of Middletown, it's going to be, hardly any ballast at all. It's dirt and sand, basically, and weeds.
Cool. So the rest of the questions are not really questions. It's more comments like, for someone who claims he is no good at scenery, yours looks pretty great.
That may be somebody from the Modeler's Life podcast, because I get that ribbing a lot. It's coming along. I'm glad that I'm developing some skill in that area. It's a heavy lift for me. I'm really inordinate amount of time to do, but I am happy with the result, notwithstanding the amount of time that it's taking.
Oh, that is great news, because someone wants to know what happens when Mr. Snyder gets his own layout.
Well, progress on the Valley line is probably going to cease for a couple of years. I've got a lot of reimbursement I've got to come up with as far as time and effort. I'm pretty good with bench work and track work. I've had a lot of practice doing bench work and track work and wiring, having hardly ever gotten beyond that stage in my layouts. This is the only one that I've ever actually gotten to scenery on. So I'll be able to help him with the early stages. But after that, structures, he's on his own.
Sweet. Well, Chris, thank you very, very much. That was lots of fun watching. And you should go to the Facebook feed and see how many people gave you compliments there. So
I sure will. Thanks so much, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Well, hopefully we're live. Welcome back. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Have you ever wondered how exactly bread gets to your table? Any chance there was a train involved? How will we take a look at how grain can be accurately modeled on your layout? To show us, we welcome from Wisconsin, Mr. Dave Berman.
Well, good day, or I'm going to say good day because I've got people at 1 o'clock in the morning, I've got people in the afternoon, I got people in the morning, so it's really somewhat crazy to kind of go and know all the places that this is going to. My name is Dave Berman. I've been a modeler all my life. Excuse me. I was born into this. My father was a model railroader, worked for the Illinois Central as a tower operator and telegrapher. And when he was not hanging train orders or sending or receiving code from the dispatchers, he would work on model railroad stuff. It was kind of the ultimate, if you will, home office, except he was actually in a tower. Well, because of that, I've pretty much all my life had some sort of model railroad in the basement or somewhere. But today we're going to talk about agriculture. Now, most of you probably don't have a bag of Fritos on your desktop, but definitely not on your bench. This is my modeling room, if you will, my office. It's had to do a lot of things because I work in technical support, and like everybody else in technical support, we got moved home. But that bag of Fritos represents something. You don't think much about how it got there, but along the way, the railroads had a significant step. And I brought out a little something as well. Bottle of New Glarus Spotted Cow. Those of you who know Wisconsin know that may be our #1 illegal export because it's only supposed to stay in Wisconsin. But all of these products have some sort of connection to agriculture. So I'm going to go ahead and share my PowerPoint. And we'll put that up. And I'll get it up in a decent size so you can see it. There we go. And when we talk about against the grain, I'm going to speak specifically to grain modeling. I could spend a lot of time on dairy. I could spend on beef cattle. I've done a lot of research in those areas, but there are people who do that far better than I do. So when I say agriculture starts with a seed, in my case, the seed was a little tiny short line railroad in my hometown of Waterloo, Iowa. The Waterloo Railroad really wasn't big. It basically ran from Waterloo out to a number of industries. It was an old interurban. When they stopped running the trolley cars and the trolley engines that ran the freight was valuable enough, they said, let's keep it around. So they basically sold off the freight operations to the Illinois Central and the Rock Island. The Rock Island contributed some SW9s, which ended up painted something like this. But I was lucky. I grew up about a half block away from this railroad as they were going every day over to do about their switching duties. And one of the things they switched was the John Deere Waterloo Tractor Works. Waterloo has a lot of things it's famous for, but probably the most famous thing that comes out of Waterloo are green tractors, because it was the primary, now the number one point that actually makes agricultural tractors. Waterloo also makes all of the diesel engines for products that Deere produces at the Waterloo Engine Works. They do a variety of other things. They have a huge electric foundry now, but at this time they had a blast furnace and they were producing tractors as fast as they could get them out the door. Well, being a 6-7-year-old kid, I got into tractors. And if you know anything about Iowa, there's a company called Ertl here, and Ertl makes toy tractors. So I'd go to the local agriculture expedition, I'd get a tractor. But downstairs on the railroad, there was always an HO scale dummy locomotive I could push around. I wasn't allowed to run the railroad yet. Matter of fact, if I got anywhere near the control panel, I might have got my hand slapped. But I was still kind of thinking about what it was. Well, grow up a little bit, went to college, ended up teaching professional photography for 24 years. I was a photojournalist, taught photojournalism, so I think visually more than I think with my brain some days. So I'll always have pictures. About 10 years ago, I moved to a little tiny town in Wisconsin called Trempealeau. I got interested in modeling early on because I saw the IC, and at the IC time, the IC wasn't really exciting. It was Paducah rebuilds and lots of grain cars. I got excited about grain cars, but the Paducah rebuilds, we didn't really have a model for them, and I was not good with a knife and razor saw at that time. So I wasn't that excited about it. So I got to go over to the river from time to time, and I got into the Burlington Northern. And because of that, I've slowly but surely adapted. My first railroad as a grown-up was building the river line along the Mississippi River where I live now. And now when I live in Trempealeau, I said, well, if I'm going to live in a town, I want to be close to the river. And this is the view out my window of my shop. But anyway, that's probably enough about me. I currently work as a technical support specialist for a college here in Minnesota. I have to drive across the river. You can see that I not only get to see the trains, but that thing in the background is the lock and dam, which means I get to see the barges and the barge tows too. This is about as good as it gets. And when they told me I was going to work from home, you could almost see me do the happy dance under my desk. So anyway, getting back to those Fritos. Well, how do we move the ag industry? This is from the Association of American Railroads, and it talks a little bit about all the different kinds of products and materials that go on a single rail car. Did you know that there's enough wheat for almost 258,000 loaves of bread in a single car? The one that hit me, because I'm a junk food junkie, 480,000 bags of Fritos. Cheetos too, they're made out of corn. But when I presented this for my operating group on Thursday night, the thing they always get excited about is enough barley for 94,000 gallons of beer. Obviously, our operating group really likes to violate Rule G in our operating sessions. Not to any great excess. So I went back and I said, well, what kind of impact does this have on our economy? Well, if you look at the amount of product grown, I was looking specifically for what percentages of corn, soybeans, wheat, different products are out there. I wanted to kind of see what was going on. Obviously, the big one is corn. Right now, corn is driving the bus because we use it for a lot of things. It's become a fuel grain as much as a food grain. So corn has definitely started to take over. I'm wagering a guess that percentage might be a little bit greater now. Soybeans are huge, not as much as that we use them here, although we use them for biodiesel and things like that. But soybeans are a major export to the Far East. If you've ever had tofu, tofu is a soy product. So, and a variety of other things that soybeans produce. Wheat has shrunk a little bit, but it's still pretty much dominant. But the all other crops part of it is really interesting because there are a variety of seeds and grains that are used not necessarily for food consumption that we think of just actually eating, although you can eat sunflower seeds, but they're used for other things like making oils. So it's become a pretty significant product in our environment and in our economy. And right now that economy continues to rage on, even though the markets are a little bit messed up right now. They're dumping milk in Wisconsin right now because they can't get enough people to buy milk. Corn has gone down a little bit. I haven't paid much attention recently. So we start on the farm. And one of the problems with modeling is you have a limited amount of space. Farms take up space. Now, if you're modeling an agriculture area, you're going to have farms. And I put this one in. This is a picture out of a document that I put from the Minnesota Department of Transportation talking about farms. Well, apparently when Minnesota builds interstates, they mow down a lot of farms and they figured they had to have a historical retrospective. If you go to the NMRA, regular NMRA site, I put up a set of links, and one of those links is the Minnesota Department of Transportation document. There are 6 volumes, mind you, of historical farms in Minnesota. And so if you need a picture reference, complete a lot of times with measurements and dimensions, it is a great resource. I put the link to the PDF, you can bring it in. When I go to do research, Google is my friend. If I don't have a picture of it, and I have a lot of pictures, I go out online and I find a lot of things. This is a pretty standard thing. I'm going to kind of use my mouse to circle over it. But one of the things that you'll notice is the area up in the upper right-hand corner. There is an awful lot of grain storage on this farm, corn cribs. This picture was probably taken at a time when on-farm usage of grain was pretty large. And they probably fed livestock. You see a feed bunk, you see a number of feed bunks. There's a hog barn there. There's a silo that probably got hay and silage that was cut. But those corn cribs housed ear corn, which was either shelled off of the cob and fed to the cattle, or fed directly to the cattle or to the pigs. So this is a pretty standard farm. You'll notice one thing it doesn't have. It's been modernized. No barn. It does have a pretty healthy metal Quonset hut that probably was the machine shed. That's where you would house a tractor, a combine, any of the equipment that you would probably see there. Shows a variety of things. If you're modeling farms, there are a lot of great resources. Nobody's gotten real great with product on modeling farms yet. Walthers has put out some silos, they put out some barns, and there's some definitely really nice craftsman kits out there. But I think that's a place that maybe we could spend a little bit more time in some development. But again, you may only have a couple of them along the right of way. And I thought when I was doing this thing, I said, well, gee, I'm a modern modeler. My idea of planting corn or disking up a field probably entitles 32 rows. But what do I do for the guys that are doing steam or even early steam? Well, I thought about a great resource. One of the cool things about being in the Midwest, at least down in Iowa where I was, and the upper now in Wisconsin, is there's a significant Old English Amish population. And there's a significant amount of photographs of the Amish farmers doing their work. A lot of them still doing it with fairly antique equipment. You can still find old corn pickers, old threshers, all being pulled by real horsepower not internal combustion horsepower, if you will. And I threw a barn, and this is a barn picture. This is another one of the ones from the DOT. This is a modern barn. They're actually building these again. It used to be you couldn't find a barn on a farm, and if they had one, it was either falling into itself or being torn down for barn boards that people were using in their houses for decoration. Barns are becoming a little bit more popular again. They may not always look like a barn, but they're there. This one still has the concrete stave silo, which I thought was kind of interesting. But barns are ubiquitous. If you go out and Google a barn, you'll find more barn pictures than you can possibly build in your lifetime. I know because I've tried to build a couple of them. By horses, you can't pull a lot of it. In this case, probably a 2-row disc that they're kind of turning the soil over. They're plowing and then they're disking it in to make it even, getting it ready for planting. In this case, it may have had pasture grass, and they may have pastured it just to rotate the crop so they could get some fertilizer on it. So he's mechanized about as much as he can get. But you know, the Amish aren't stupid either. They figure it out. And slowly but surely, if it's something they can use, they'll adapt it. This is actually a John Deere 4-row corn planter. And they figured out that we can plant a little bit more. We have to add a couple of horses to the mix. But again, we can modernize. We can go a little bit more modern. Well, the railroad started getting involved when some of this equipment started getting a little bit bigger. We always shipped grain by rail. We'll talk about that in a minute. But as we started to get more interesting equipment and had to get it out to people, we had to get it a little bit further down the road. This is an older International Harvester steam tractor. It's on an Atlanta, Birmingham, and Atlantic flat car. I love this flat car. I don't, like I said, I don't model the older era, but I look at this flat car and I'm going, that is really cool. The nice truss rod bottoms. This is something that could be straight out of a narrow gauge. This happens to be standard gauge, but straight off of a narrow gauge layout. And this particular steam tractor, 1913 is the date on the picture, came from the Wisconsin Historical Society archives. Another great source if you're looking. Go to the state you're modeling and start mining their archives in their historical society. You'll be surprised at this stuff. I love the state of Minnesota. It has moments at times, but I really love the state of Minnesota because their historical society is one of the most amazing places in the world. Who would put a 40-foot Sioux Line boxcar in the middle of a historical museum? They did. And it has all the original markings, including the markings on the walls of how much of each different feed grain you could put in it, because corn weighs more than wheat. So you can only put so much in. But slowly but surely, they mechanized too, and they could produce more tractors faster. They found a different way to load them. International Harvester craned all their tractors on. They didn't do a drive on like Deere did. Again, earlier tractor, we didn't have rubber tires at that time. We're still using steel, often referred to as lugs, I've heard. Steel wheels. We've gotten to the internal combustion engine, an older diesel, maybe a 2-cylinder. A lot of John Deere guys collect 2-cylinder tractors around the Midwest too. As the farmer mechanized, he could produce more, he needed more equipment, and he made more money, so he could pay for that equipment. So now we all of a sudden have larger quantities of tractors going out there. They had to go by flat car. Again, they're still hoisting them over. And in this case, we get to see a little bit of the construction equipment. Again, this is International Harvester Farmall. Just because I grew up in a Deere town doesn't mean that I put everything in here green. I decided we'd throw a little bit of red in there too. But in this case, we see some of the construction equipment and some military crawlers. Good source for these crawlers, you might look at First Gear. They produce some of this early style. They might be a little bit too modern, but with a little bit of help, you could probably turn them back into this particular era. And they produced even more. This is Sturtevant, Wisconsin, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't found a good location on the picture yet. But as fast as they could produce them, they'd put them on flat cars and they'd go out the door. It wasn't just tractors. If you're producing it, you have to fertilize it, you have to plow it, you have to literally pick it or cut it when it's done. These are hay cutters from Heston. Heston still makes product. In this case, a nice Milwaukee flat car. We have to combine it. These are some older Massey Ferguson combines. I'm going to show you a picture here in a few minutes of how these could get modeled. It's kind of, when you start looking at HO models, we really have to work sometimes to find great models, but they're out there. They're easy to find. Ford decided, well, we don't want to put our tractors on flat cars. I don't know if that was because they were made in Detroit or exactly why, but they were shipped using automobile boxes from the Pennsy in this particular picture. And apparently the farmer's getting to drive his own tractor out, sort of like you can go to your car plant and watch a car being built and take it off the line. Well, we still ship tractors by rail. Deere does all the time out of Waterloo. Little bit different process though, because now a local implement dealer probably has a flatbed truck and is only getting 1 to 2 tractors at a time. Where Deere ships a lot of tractors is for export. When Deere makes a sale to China, they make a sale for 100 to 200 tractors or more. And what happens is they get put on flat cars and they are literally shipped almost as a unit train out of Waterloo down to the UP or over to the up to the CN now, it's no longer the IC, and over to the river, and they go to whatever port they're going to get loaded out of. So we see some of that mechanization still happening. Same thing with combines. Combines are fascinating to me. The ability to take something out of the ground, put it through a process that basically takes the corn off the ear, evacuates all of the waste product to the ground, the corn, the cob, etc., and keeps just the good stuff, amazes me. They are big creatures. When I was teaching at the community college in Iowa, I got the opportunity to drive one of these things. And nowadays, you don't even have to drive it. They have GPS. You're basically there just to make the turn at the end so you don't hit a fence, I guess. I don't know. I was pretty amazed. And they combine certain areas in certain ways. Science has definitely hit agriculture. So what do you think about, how do we get models for this? And I mentioned Ertl. Ertl Products has always produced model agricultural equipment. They finally figured out early on that if they produced for certain scales, the model railroaders would buy it. And they've really started to bias towards O scale, but they've done a little bit of HO. What you see in front of you is an Ertl collectibles. These are getting really hard to get because they don't produce them very often. I'm hoping Tomica, who has purchased Ertl, will produce more of these kinds of things. On the other side, you have the Athearn John Deere tractor. Athearn had a run of these custom made by Ertl. Well, Athearn hasn't reproduced them, but guess what? If you have a John Deere implement dealer in your community, go over there and see if they sell farm toy models. They reran a whole bunch of these HO scale models, and they were immensely available as late as last year. Combines, different kinds of tractors, not just the modern ones. They had some of the Model Bs back into some of the Waterloo Boy stuff, the older steam type tractors. So that's a source. But I also look at Matchbox. And most of the time, if I go into the Matchbox section in my local Walmart, I don't see much that fits my scale. But one day they had this red combine. Now on the left is a really nice HO scale Universal Hobbies combine. But on the right, Layout Tours, William Sampson has taught me an awful lot about vehicle modeling. And I look at this thing now and I say, I can make this look good with some weathering, some touch-up techniques. Yeah, the railings are so thick you could probably never fall through one of them because you couldn't drive a car through it. That may have to do a little bit of scratch building, but I've at least got the base model. Artitech, our friends from overseas, come up with some really, really, really cool stuff. Artitech produces all kinds of vehicles. They have not only the agricultural line, but they produce cars, trucks, military models. Their M1 Abrams tank is one of the nicest ones out there. They can be somewhat hard to get as well. This one happens to be a kit of this particular combine thrasher. But remember that Massey Ferguson flat car? Here's your kit. In the United States, Reynauds, REYNAULDS.com, out of Illinois. I think it's Woodstock, but I'm not one. No, it can't be Woodstock. It's the place where AccuRail is. I can't even, it's slipping my mind right now. Carries a lot of this stuff. If you search Artitech, you'll find some of the vendors locally. Walthers has them from time to time. They don't last long. I'm probably mispronouncing it. They have a lot of really, really, really unique stuff. They have some older models, and they have some construction equipment. They have all kinds of things. If you were going to do a farm and you needed a chisel plow, there it is. And this one is one of the larger ones that can fold up and do 32 rows. It would eat a lot of your railroad right away, and you'd have a pretty nice tractor scene. Again, a little bit of dull coat to just kind of take the shine off, a little bit of weathering on the tires, and you're there. It looks warped to me, so I'm going to have to play with it a little bit. But CQ makes models for a variety of products. In this case, a Ford New Holland tractor, or a New Holland tractor, which are now made by Case IH. Again, consolidation in the industry. Somebody different is making it than used to make it. They're still blue. They're still Ford blue, but they're made by Case IH. And one of their and this one's sitting off the flat car because it's a toy. It has little tiny wheels. So my niece or nephew can play and roll it across the railroad. I got to cut those off so it sits flat. Then I got to chain it down. Well, Intermountain gave me some tie-down chains in the kit, but if you really want to get crazy, Bernard Kopensky, Alkem, A-L-K-E-M, has some amazing, amazing brass etched tie-downs. I've got a few of them. I haven't gotten a set of them on a car yet, like Perry and everybody else. I have a million projects that are going on any given moment, and having just moved and going crazy on tech support hours, I haven't had a chance to do as much as I'd like. Viking or Viking, depending on what you are, makes really nice stuff. They make some older stuff. This one dates back a little bit deeper into the 70s, but they had tractors that would look nice all the way back into the 50s, 40s even. They may be a little European, but with a little bit of decals. Sorry, the BN has decided to go past if you hear the horn. They have some nice older tractors and a lot of older equipment. I found some of the older threshers like the Amish use in their kits. So once we've got a way to get it into the ground and plant it, we got to make it grow. And this is where the railroad really comes in, because fertilizer is an essential product of every single plant component grown today. We grow so much, so fast, we have to be able to fix the nutrient cycle in the ground. It used to be, it was simple. We had a fertilizer factory on our farms. The cows, the horses, the pigs, everything produced fertilizer, and we could spread it. Well, when you go from having 30 acres to having over 1,000 acres, it gets a little bit more messy. One of the things that surrounds my little town of Trempealeau are sweet corn fields. If you eat a can of Libby's sweet corn, chances are pretty good it came from one of my fields, or one of the fields here in town, and probably grown here, processed in Rochester, Minnesota, and sent out. But they actually have to fertilize these fields. Now, they still put some manure down. One of the things we grow a lot of around here is chickens. We have a bunch of chicken processing plants, and they spread chicken stuff, manure, if you will, around, but they still have to put down a ton of liquid or mineral fertilizers. And it's usually a nitrogen connection what we're doing. When I presented this a while back, one of the guys that I was presenting it to talked to me a little bit about why they do certain fertilizers for certain things. And it's all about the pH balance of the soil. And science has taken over here. They literally can sample soil by the square foot and literally map where certain things have to go. And they have certain custom applications. All of these fertilizer application groups can literally map a field and put it down exactly how much and what kind where they need it. Comes from a variety of mineral and refined sources. Potash, Canada. God, I love Canada. Canada produces some really interesting stuff for us modelers. One of them is potash and potash cars. I got nutsoid on covered hoppers, and so potash is really cool to me. So I've spent more money than I probably should have on covered hoppers. Those of you in Utah and out in the western states, Utah and Nevada, Colorado, soda ash, again, another product. It's basically very similar to what you would get if you burned wood, which makes a really, really nice fertilizer. When we were down in Orlando, some of us went out to the Bone Valley and visited the phosphate mines. Strangely enough, one of the trains that I really love to see when I'm looking out my window has CSX power on it. Yes, it's the BNSF, but it's CSX power, and it's strings of CSX and older Seaboard system hoppers, Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac, old Conrail and Penn Central hoppers. We'll see a couple of those in a minute. It makes for an interesting variety of stuff that rolls past my window and gets used along my railroad somewhere. Ammonia, Iowa. Anhydrous ammonia is a huge railroad-based product delivered by tank car to almost everywhere in the state. If you have a grain elevator sitting right next to it, probably as part of the co-op, is an agronomy center. And sitting right next to that, or sometimes out in the country, because anhydrous is a pretty scary product if it gets loose, you'll see propane tanks, just like the ones Walthers did. And they're full of anhydrous ammonia that they transfer to little nurse tanks. And so those little nurse tanks go out and they put it down into the ground, till it into the soil. And then various acids to neutralize all this stuff. I always wondered why at one of the agronomy centers, they always had a tank car of nitric acid, or they had a tank car of sulfuric acid. That's another way of fertilizing the ground. So it's another place to put those really cool little tank cars that Athearn made, or that really nice Atlas tank car. Or if you want to go back even further, Tichy cars, different kinds of things. Shipped in smaller carloads, and where they may be trucked to the user, or they may be split into smaller loaded cars. They still do a lot of onesie twosie cars, and they'd haul it out to the Potash Corporation of Saskatchewan. Yes, there are Canadian companies in Iowa, and they had a big warehouse, and they would dump that, and then that would be parceled out to the farmers in about a 200-mile radius. And they have these things periodically. We'll look at one here in a minute. This is an aerial view of one of the places in the town I work in. This is Winona, Minnesota. This is Winona Road and Rail. And if you kind of look at it, there's an awful lot of covered hoppers sitting right here. They unload and they load. They may get a unit train in, split in half. They fill up these nice little domes. They put it on barges. They put it on trucks. They put it back in covered hoppers, and they ship it out to different users. A lot of potash comes into the upper Midwest and is shipped down the river. I'm amazed at how many of the barges I think are full going north that are full of stuff that we ship up there, but then come back, and I'm thinking grain going down to the Gulf. Oh, no, 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 no. That's pink crystal. That's potash. This is one from St. Paul, the area that I'm modeling now. This is a Cenex Harvest State facility. They don't use domes. They just use one big building. How would I model this? Well, number one, this is a lot of territory to eat up on a model railroad. But I'll give you a hint. Against a backdrop, half that building, and a Walthers grain elevator, one of the little uprights into the side of that building. And you could do this one justice, and it would take anywhere between 3 and 10 cars. You could probably even get away with putting 40 cars in there. Most people don't have that kind of space. I don't. But again, model the illusion. You don't have to do everything. This is what they look like inside. It's pretty ordinary. If you wanted to do an interior where you could see in, again, it has gratings in the floor where the cars dump. I can put in a plug. 3D printing guys out there. There are an awful lot of guys doing great 3D printing stuff. One of the gentlemen that I've become associated with, a gentleman named Mike Brusky, Dimensional Modeling Concepts, does a really, really, really nice one of these. That's a whole car dump. It's a 63-foot long grain dump space. And you need these for elevators, you need them for potash, you need them for all kinds of stuff. Phosphate transport. This is one of those phosphate trains. A little bit further up in the north. They go to a place out in Montana. This is Fields, Montana. The reason I picked Fields is because one of our local modelers in the River Rail group models Montana and models Fields. I showed him this building and he turned white. He goes, "How am I going to build that?" I said, "You're not going to build it. Not all of it. You don't have to." Number one, this building probably was erected in the last 20 years, but I said, I'll bet they had some sort of storage that was a smaller size, probably the building behind it. But I like the thing I like about fertilizer cars is the sheer variety. When was the last time you saw a Penn Central car in service today? Still in Penn Central markings. This was last winter. See markings, but you don't see this stuff. It doesn't exist. Well, yes, it does. You have to look for it. You have to know what lanes it moves in, but it's out there. So all those weathering techniques, those really ugly, rusty cars, I'm doing them, folks. Oh, and they fade too. Get out your airbrush and your thin white paint. It probably isn't 6 years old. I haven't pulled the build dates off of it yet. Transport, yes, onesies and twosies cars. I thank God for Pacific Western Rail. I also sometimes bite my lip because sometimes they can be an interesting group to work with, but they've produced these really, really nice NSC cars. You want these same cars? Atlas makes one in the ACF version that's just as nice. So how do we model it? Well, this is one, fortunately, one of the good things about being in the Midwest is we have a lot of model railroads and I can pick and choose as I need. This is from Jason Clockey's CGW layout. This is Rochester, Minnesota, Rochester Fertilizer. Let's go back a bit. It wasn't always 100-ton hoppers. Fertilizer shipped often in covered hoppers because it had to be kept dry. It works better if you keep it dry. 70-ton covered hoppers got a lot of it. And you'll see in some of the earlier pictures, you'll see a lot of that. It's bigger now. This is a small town facility, but it's easily modeled as well. This is one from the National Train Show 2 years ago in Kansas City, off of the Fremo layouts. I'm not sure if this is the Blair Line kit, but they make a kit that's very, very similar and looks very, very, very good for a small town facility. The backside. Anhydrous ammonia. You don't have to do much for anhydrous ammonia. Basically one of these big supply tanks. Walthers is there. But these were a little bit of a problem, except the 3D printing guys came through. And I picked up a set of these at Spring Creek Model Trains a while back. Beautiful little Deschler, Nebraska. If you ever get a chance to visit, it's almost scary what it'll do to your wallet. But these are a 3D product. Things have gotten a little bit more modernized. Back to our farm all. We used to harvest it and we'd pick corn on the ear. Every farmer's collection. Nowadays, these things house all kinds of stuff. There's a corn crib here locally that I know is being used actively as a garage. Some people have their dogs in them. I think that's a little bit strange, but whatever. They get those because when they pick, these rows are full of ears of corn. A lot of local farms have gone to metal bins. Again, different sizes, different shapes. Lots of people, Rick's Products makes a great metal bin. Walthers, a new on the scene, Iowa Scaled Engineering. They make the proto throttles. They're making grain bins now in 3D, and they're pretty nice. These things can be dressed up as detailed or not detailed as you want. Also, don't be afraid to look at your farm toy store. Even though, yeah, it's 1/64th, do a little bit of shaving of the ladders and put some HO ladders on there. The fan may be a little bit big, but most people aren't going to pay that much attention to it, and you can find a pretty nice thing. This one has a scale. It also has a horizontal grain dryer, straight out of the Walthers kit. But eventually it's got to go somewhere. A lot of the grain nowadays isn't used on the farm. It's used in processing, either in cereals, in foodstuffs, in fuel stock, in flours, in different components. Way to do it. The average grain elevator looks a lot like this cross section. The top part's called the head house. And then right below it, just like the metal bins, there are grain bins. And most elevators are divided. Grain is stored by the quality of product. And a lot of times it has to be cleaned or dried. Sometimes it's more dirty, if you will, with contaminants than other things. So it has to kind of be categorized. That's why they have different bins in these elevators. There's a work floor. That's where the grain is usually dumped into it. I have seen head houses that have a rotating thing that they can just literally channel to shoot into whatever bin they want it in. Most of the wooden elevators I've seen have something similar to that when I've been up in a head house. The newer ones, all of that is done via hydraulics, pneumatics. A little bit better, you can kind of see some of that. This would be a newer elevator. This one has a distribution head along with the elevator. This one also shows a little bit of the rail loading, a little bit nicer. These resources, if you search grain elevators and grain elevator cutaways, are everywhere. And chances are pretty good, if you look hard enough, you can probably even find one that might be the elevator you're trying to model. They're built out of many materials. And this one I love because of the older Chevy truck, but the steel elevator in the background is pretty cool too. The older Chevy truck, I'm looking at this and going, this is probably a 2010 picture, and they're still using a truck from the 70s. Farmers don't throw much away. Wood elevators. This picture reeks model railroad because this would be a siding in any town. This is Dutton, Montana on the Great Northern. And how many elevators can you count? The Canadian picture a while back with the horses, same kind of thing. And these are wood elevators. There are a lot of great wood models out there. And they still live today. A couple of years ago, I went to a modelers meet in Deschler, Nebraska at Spring Creek again. Bet you can't figure out that I go to Nebraska a lot from Wisconsin. But as I was driving back, I deliberately said, no interstates on the return trip. We're going to drive some roads I hadn't driven in a long time. And this is along US 30. And these are small towns still using their older grain elevators. Now, what they're probably using them for, they might be fertilizer centers. Chances are pretty good they've become older grain elevator that probably fed 40-foot boxcars into the 60s. Now, doesn't have rail service. The rail service is behind it, but it's still working. Sometimes they become decorations. This elevator has nothing in it with the corn stalk. But in the other case, they're still in use. They're still using the one with the co-op sign on the left. There's still a grain dryer attached to it. My guess is it's probably used for wet grain. Walthers makes us a nice wet dry grain bin. We don't have to have a grain bin if we have an old elevator because that's what we got. We're going to clean the grain. We're going to dry the grain anyway. Here we go. Or it's used as a feed mill. This happens to be a square style as opposed to the more angular. But there was a problem with wooden grain elevators. They burn. If you know anything about grain dust, it's highly explosive and highly flammable. At least once a year, I either hear of somebody's elevator blowing up or somebody's elevator catching fire. One a while back, I had just photographed the elevator 6 weeks, 7 weeks, and it basically blew the head house off the top. It was that kind of explosion, plus major fire. There was just one in Omaha a while back, I remember. But they didn't just make them out of wood. How about brick and clay tile? I've seen a number of these. There's a great one in Webster City, Iowa. It's no longer used, but it's as much an antique and probably on the National Register of Historic Places as anything. And I looked at this and I said, I don't need one, but I want to build one because somebody's going to want to do this. Steel grain elevators, steel plate builds. These are kind of dying off because unless you really maintain them, they rust, just like everything else on our model railroad. They get weathered. There was a great one of these in Cedar Falls, the town next to Waterloo, that in the 93 floods and the 2008 floods got flooded out and had to be torn down because it basically rusted out from the bottom. But steel elevators are basically plate steel curved and riveted together. I thought about how am I going to build one of these? And I thought, okay, well, if one of my friends who's modeling an N scale said, how would you do that? And I said, well, an N scale, I can get away with murder because it's smaller. I've got just a little bit of a raised edge. I can do that with striping tape from my graphic design days, line tape, or better yet, why don't I just print it on decal stock, spray paint the PVC pipe I'm going to use silver, put it on a clear decal and wrap it. And all of a sudden it started to come together. I'm still working on that one for perfection. You don't get to see it yet. I'm not quite in love. But they were different sizes. They even had their own head houses, that oval shape. That's what I'm working on that I'm fighting a little bit with. But this is really what turned me on to grain elevators. This is a concrete elevator in Alta, Iowa, where my aunt and uncle used to live. This is the first elevator I got up into. I can say I've been on the roof of the head house of this elevator. And if you are even moderately height queasy, it's a scary place to be. At this time, there were no railings on that elevator. When I went up there, there were railings and it was still scary. But I love this one because rather than paint the letters on, these letters are metal and they are fixed into the concrete. And like every other grain elevator, they have a critter. This one's a Davenport. It's kind of a 44-ton knockoff. My first locomotive ride. So I had to put this one on there. I got to be in the cab while they switched to covered hopper. But today they've gotten much, much bigger. They probably have different kinds of grain dryers. We're used to the horizontal grain dryer. The horizontal, the long one. This is a vertical grain dryer. This one has 2 of them. So they're processing grain. This is probably their wet elevator. This town has 4 different elevators from the same company. This is another one of their elevators. This is a shipping elevator or receiving elevator. A little bit different, bigger tubing. Again, Walthers, okay. They did a great one of these for the ethanol. You can still get it. It's still slipped form. You can do some nice stuff with them. This one doesn't have a head house. There's no concrete head house on it. But you've got all that product, all those elevator states, if I can avoid them. Yeah, sometimes you got to get there, but I love backroading it. I don't know if this one happens to have, may have noted the rounded head house in the Alta one. This is a rounded head house. These were made by a company out of Omaha called Tillotson Construction. And that rounded head house is a landmark for them. If you look at the links page in the NMRA page, there's a link to a place called Our Grandfather's Grain Elevators. Everything you ever wanted to know about grain elevators is, at least the way Tillotson built them, is in that document. They have been documenting the granddaughter of, or the great granddaughter of one of the Tillotson brothers is going on a foray to document these things before they get torn down.
Dave, I don't want to rudely interrupt you here.
Yep, I'm getting there. I got a couple more things, and then we can chat. Okay, now they're probably metal. They're probably metal bins, lots of gingerbread structure, all available. We got some grain. I'll kind of gloss through these. These are basically just feed mills that are attached to elevators. I wanted to show some of the modeling. We got some pretty amazing models out there. We got some people growing some really nice stuff. This one is on John Parker's BNSF Fall River Division. Kappa grain, it's beautiful. I don't even want to know the cost of all the bins. Modular layout, this in case the Gulf Western guys from down in Corpus Christi, they have a entire unloading loop for large unit trains. In this case, it's got a coal train parked in it, but that's not what they're doing. This one I liked because they tried to do the grain elevator, they tried to do the grain dryer thing with PVC pipe. Some nice elevators. So goodies for building. We know all about the Walthers kits. I'm not going to say anything about them. They're great. But PVC pipe, you're thinking about pipe, go find your local neighborhood plastics dealer because he's probably got shapes. I also go to my local Habitat for Humanity Restore because I buy pipe there. The square tubing, you can get all kinds of it because it's railings for your deck. How do you do a loading structure? Well, look at the kits. This is a cinder lift from Walthers. There's a million ways this thing could be cut up, and I'm working on one right now. Smaller tubing for these nice little pieces. I'm trying that decal trick and seeing if I can make some of these. Don't be afraid of your farm toy store. These came from a farm toy store. Yes, that thing in the back, that orange thing, is miles out of HO scale. But I'm going to take the wheels off of it. I'm going to cut the hitch off of it. The ladders are going to go away. The loading pipe's going to go away, and I can find some sort of loading structure out of it. If I paint it, some other toy folks have all kinds of these. Farm toy folks, again, have better bins than we do. You need a Blue Harvest store, they've got one. You need some smaller surge bins, they've got it. FP Products, these are 1/64th, but I don't know how they scaled it to 1/64th because the ladders look HO to me. And then my last kind of goodie for building, I look at things in the hobby. If I need a duct for a loading structure, I found these things as loads. If I need all that gingerbread in that steel elevator, crane boom sections. I go to train shows and buy junk kits all the time. So another time we'll talk about some of the bigger elevators. We've gotten it to the railhead. Now we got to get it on. This is from Portland. I love this. If I ever build a tabletop layout, I'm going to figure out how to do this. Every day we went from the train show to the convention hotel, we passed this elevator, and I love it. And I'm going to say thanks for sharing. I'm going to stop sharing, and we can answer questions. Sorry,
So,
a little bit longer.
At some point, you had 198 people mesmerized to the point where we only have 3 questions. Do railroads ship into feed mills?
Yes. Yes, strangely enough, tank cars of molasses and other product. Did you know that the byproduct of packing plants sometimes is something called blood meal?
Wow.
It's a little bit weird, but they will feed blood meal from cows to cows for protein. Don't ask. And all kinds of different grains. Feed mills, spent product from the process of ethanol, dried distiller's grain and wet distiller's grain. The next clinic I do for NMRX in the next couple of times, we'll talk about spent grain and how they use it. There's all kinds of product that moves into feed mills.
Andy wants to know, how are these various fertilizer components?
They may go down into tubes. I know Bone Valley is a quarry. or at least the ones we got to see. I don't know how you mine anything in Florida. It's basically 3 feet above sea level everywhere, but they're deep down in. I don't know how to keep the water out of it.
Now, you mentioned that you never got to run a train or got close to the control panel. Did you ever run a train there?
Really strange. My brother decided he liked narrow gauge, so he was going to rebuild. So I did get to run trains. But let me tell you, I had a little Illinois Central SW1
Clinic, you can in the message chat is now thinking about modeling agriculture as well.
And if there's anything you want, chat me, message me. If I have a picture or I have a source to a picture you saw, I'll be happy to share.
Thank you, sir. See you soon.
Yep.
Or we have Dave Hometown to the Mill. But first, before we mention that, I do want to mention Daylight shirts that have the NMRX logo on them, and our discount code is NMRX20. Take it away, Dave.
Well, good morning, all. It's a beautiful day here in Wisconsin. Sunny for a change. We've had a lot of rain lately. Literally, if you hear something rumbling in the background or hear a horn, it is not the Soundtrax decoder from my railroad. I literally can look out the window about a half block away and see the BNSF go by, and they chose to run a grain train for me literally 5 minutes ago. So kind of an appropriate start for today. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about going from the hometown elevator to the mill. If you caught the first one of these I did, and it's available online, I talked a little bit about getting from the farm to the smaller hometown elevators. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about getting that from the elevator into rail cars, moving the rail cars to a larger facility where the grain may be processed or stored or shipped. And then part 3 is talking about some of that processing. So you get to hear me for at least another one, I hope, if you guys aren't getting tired of me. I'm going to go ahead and start my PowerPoint. And we'll go to the application window. And we'll share that. And I'll start the PowerPoint so we can get that up. And hopefully you can see it okay. The reason I talk about hometown to mill is because that's probably a lot of what we model. A lot of these mills get bigger, and they would be a model railroad unto themselves. If you've ever built the Walthers ethanol plant, it could be a 4x8 model sheet of model railroad without even blinking. And you could have enough car movements there to have a pretty healthy operating session for a couple of people. But chances are pretty good we're thinking about that local train that goes out there and peddles cars to industries and picks them up. Very similar to the Rock Island train that you see on the opening slide here. We'll talk a little bit about that train coming up. But then we go from that little hometown local to the mill, and not far up the river from me, the Mississippi, for those of you who may be geographically challenged, is the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Minneapolis and St. Paul used to be known as the grain milling capital of the world, and this is a picture straight out of there. And this was actually on the riverfront mills. And if you've ever been to the Twin Cities and you've gone to the Mill City Museum, you can kind of see some of that structure in the back. Now, I'm guessing other than where the Mill City Museum building is, most of this is parking lots for the new football stadium and has long ago been taken out. Kind of interesting, I wanted to go back deep and see how far back I could get images out of the Minnesota Historical Society. And when I found this image, I put it up for some of my local guys, and they ask a bunch of questions, including the fact that the front of this locomotive doesn't have a coupler. It does. It's a Lincoln pin. That tells you how old this image might be. But it still has some of the railroads we're familiar with, the Great Northern stock car, which has been wood sheathed. So I suspect they're using it to haul grain, and the Northwestern boxcar with a grain door. So it goes back to talking a little bit about how some of the things that we're looking at go. Well, first you have to have a car, and I like to highlight the Midwest railroads where I grew up. I did grow up through the late transition period. I remember GP9s. I grew up in Iowa along the IC, so I'm very familiar with wheat in reefers because that's what I grew up with. So I'm kind of familiar with that particular period of time. I'm model modern. And so as I was listening to Miles and John's presentation, I'm thinking about signage and some of the things that I go with. But I wanted to throw this 1938, and this is from Omaha, Nebraska. We haven't figured out exactly which elevator this is in Omaha yet. And I suspect it's a 4x5 negative that was just contact printed when I found the picture. But obviously it has to have a card. In the era that most of us model, it's probably going to be some sort of either 40-foot boxcar or covered hopper. So we're going to talk about those. Straight off of the Santa Fe down in Kansas, this is a fairly notable historical picture. Arthur Rothstein, if you're a photo connoisseur, probably maybe even from the WP cars to the local elevators. Now, there are a number of elevators in this picture. There may have been different companies buying grain in every town. Every little town may have had several different companies competing for the grain. As the eras went, some of that contracted. They went to bigger facilities and they consolidated. I throw this one in because this is my quiz for the day. This is a 40-foot boxcar awaiting loading at a grain facility, and if you could barely make out the reporting marks and the patch out, yes, they did patch cars out back in the 50s and 60s. You'll notice that the reporting marks are LS and BC, LaSalle and Bureau County. At the end, if I remember, I'm going to ask you what is significant about the LaSalle and Bureau County and painted out boxcars, for those of you who may know. But it's still, even in the modern day, it's still that local peddler out there and a conductor that has to get off, or a brakeman that has to get off and go in and push those covered hoppers in and make the cut. It may be an older metal wood sheathed elevator with spouts. It may be a fast loading flood loader with 110 covered hoppers. You still have to have a car to do it. And that car has to be prepared. I'm trying to get a little bit more information about this picture because I don't have a lot of good data on it. DL&W, Delaware, Lackawanna, and Western car. The one directly behind it is a New York, New Haven, and Hartford. You can tell, the only reason I could tell that was the big script letter logo. So I suspect this one might be around the Buffalo area, which was a huge flour milling area. They got a lot of grain. So I think that might be where that gone. You notice the gentleman is climbing up, and he's climbing up on the wooden grain door, which is how we made boxcars load grain comfortably. And he's got a big rod. That big rod is for pulling grain from a variety of places inside the boxcar. And generally just getting in there and going down and pulling. You'll see the little bags on the bottom of the door. I'm sure his partner hands those up to him, and he is just taking samples of grain. Grain is graded. And it's inspected for the amount of dirt pay. Grain was paid for shipping by weight, but it was bought by quality. You also notice the crowbar hanging on the boxcar door, probably used to get it open. We'll show you some modern methods of getting boxcar doors open in a minute. When we talk about cooperage, obviously cooperage deals with getting that grain door in. Early on, the grain doors were wood, and most of the boxcars were lined with wood. And one of the things I'd seen in a number of 40-foot boxcars, one of the things I was lucky to be able to, I lived very, very near to the Chicago Northwestern facilities in Olwine, Iowa. And anytime that they were going to scrap something, it probably got stored at Olwine before it went to the great razor blade factory in the sky. And so we could walk down lines of these boxcars And because my brother was interested in modeling the Great Western, and I was just interested in going along because it was railroad and rail fanning, we would actually go, and we did this with the bay window cabooses they had. We did it with the boxcars, but I'd see these load lines in them, and I always wondered what that was about. And so when I presented this for my local group, I found out that they still ship and pay the tariffs by weight, but these were kind of guide marks, if you will, to make sure that you would have enough grain in the car, but not overload it, to not overload the weight that the car could take, and obviously have to be reloaded or load shifted or a variety of things. We don't model that much, but if you're an operator, that's the kind of thing that if you would get an overweight car, you might have to set it out and they may have to do something with it. You could move this in via alternate way bills in your car card system. Your JMRI system may throw a car occasionally out that was overweight that you might have to do those kinds of things. So if you're an operator, there's some options for these. Well, we got to get it loaded. Well, before there were grain elevators and the ability to get it above the car, chances are pretty good it was directly to the car. And the interesting part of this is I've seen this a number of places. I'd seen these ramps, and a lot of these cuts were near places that had dirt cuts, or they had actually made dirt cuts, and they were actually loading the grain directly in the boxcars. I can't imagine that this was anything more than a hot and dirty process. You'll notice the gentleman has a shovel. My guess is that's to get it totally out of the truck, but I'll wager you dollars to donuts there's somebody inside this boxcar making sure that grain gets moved to it even so they can get as much grain in the car as they can. And I saw this a couple of ways. It happened all year round. I'll bet this one was a little bit cold, seeing that we have snow. Anyone who knows the Midwest knows any place there is a rail line in a cut and we have a blizzard, it fills up with snow. So my guess is these had to be dug out and plowed. I love this 40-foot Milwaukee boxcar, wooden sheathed, outside braced car. I don't know the truck. I'm going to say maybe a Mack or a Model A. I don't know for sure. But again, just a little bit better picture of that loading. Well, obviously, this was one truck at a time, and it probably wasn't all that efficient. It might take them a couple of days to get enough trucks to load a boxcar. Well, obviously, that had to come from your local farm. We didn't have the elevators at that doors. Well, we said, well, maybe if we don't have an elevator yet, we can build something. And they built conveyors, a variety of different kinds. This one is a cockshut. This is out of Canada, strangely enough, the Canadian Thresherman and Farmer from August 1919. And I love this because I see the Northern Pacific boxcar in Canada. So they did have some lines that extended into Canada, so it isn't completely, but my guess is they were looking at the American wheat market when they were putting this out. And actually, we have a picture of what that looks like for real into a Canadian Pacific boxcar. Again, grain door, higher grain door, so probably lighter weight grain, less dense, maybe barley possibly, hard to say. But again, this is going back, if you're modeling in the 1900s, you may not have a tractor, you may have a team of horses, your team track, if you will, and a wagon. And this wouldn't be impossible to scratch build out of styrene or even strip wood if you wanted to get to that point. I'm surprised somebody hasn't 3D printed one at this point. I know they've 3D printed conveyors for the modern era because I've picked a couple of those up. Well, there's your typical Coopered. It's a wooden door. This one was probably plywood or at least 1x4s. And these didn't last long for a couple of reasons. Number one of the ways they unloaded them was to basically break them in. The other thing is, I suspect nice lumber out in the prairies was at a premium. Interesting story about a Chicago Northwestern conductor selling grain doors out of the cars that should have been used in the cars for grain that I've read recently. But Obviously, wood was at a premium, and we discovered that we could use corrugated paper. And what this would be laminated sections of basically corrugated cardboard like you get in any box, or fairly thick craft paper, and then they would reinforce it with something. In this case, it's probably smaller, just strip type wood, maybe 1x2s, 1x4s. Used to see a lot of these around, and as they would unload them, the lading would sometimes remain in the car. A lot of times the grain doors would live in the car, and they'd have to be cleaned out before they were used for something else. Citing near where I went to school, one of the things that they loaded there was corrugated paper to make grain doors, and there were always piles of these grain doors floating around waiting to be disposed of. But eventually they figured out there's another way to do this, and a lot easier. They made what was called the Signode grain door. Signode makes metal strips, and they do a lot of metal construction. And their metal strips was basically a nailing strip with this paper laminated to both sides, and you could go into one of these cars and nail a Signode door in pretty quickly. They just roll them out, hammer, 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 and they were ready to load. Obviously, the faster we can load a car, the less demurrage that we have to pay for, and the more cars we can ship. 40-foot boxcars during harvest season become a premium because elevator owners want to get grain out of their elevators so they can store the new crop. And obviously, farmers want to have their grain shipped at a time when people are buying at a good price. Oftentimes in the Midwest, particularly in Iowa, along some of these smaller county roads, you find lines of boxcars stored ready to go. You don't see that much anymore unless there's a downturn in the economy, but you would always find elevators that were hoarding cars. And the Chicago Northwestern, this is a very, very typical boxcar. I love the weathering patterns on this. If you're into weathering, just going to look at 40-foot grain boxcars, you'll see some pretty interesting cars, because these were probably getting close to end-of-life cars, because they'd ship lumber in them, and then as they got beat up or something, they would gradually go down in service, and eventually by the end they might have been hauling salt or hides or something, the last possible thing before they went to the, like I say, the great Toyota factory in the sky, or the razor blade factory. Here's another look at some of those grain doors. This one's a International Stanley door, Omni paper. They're all pretty much the same. The nice thing about these is when you're at the site, it's just a knife and you're unloading grain. And we can model that. The wooden ones are from an HO manufacturer. They're very similar to some of the ones that I have seen from laser cut from Jaeger products. If you search, Jaeger also makes the Signode grain doors, I know for a fact. So you could actually put these in the cars. When we get done, I'll show you one of the cars that I put some of these nice laser cut doors in, and they look pretty good. But then it's just getting it into the car. And in a boxcar situation, it was probably just a spout with a tube. I have seen these tubes made out of rubber tubing. I've seen them made out of a corrugated product that they could just stick in the grain door and just shoot the grain where. It's not quite as fast as flood loading, but you can still get it in there quite a bit. This is from a Canadian grain elevator site. The one cool thing about Canada, in the United States, I'm not exactly sure why, but a lot of times wooden grain elevators, there's still quite a few of them around, but they went down pretty quick to be replaced by concrete. In Canada, there's still a lot of these Prairie Sentinels around. And if you search Prairie Sentinels or Canadian grain elevator, there are all kinds of detail pictures if you need something. So this one has multiple spouts and probably has the ability to not only shoot to the boxcar, but this one's kind of a mixed use facility. It has a covered hopper. They may actually have a modern elevator that they load top, but in this case, they're still loading. And you'll notice the gentleman is closing the boxcar door with the assistance of a tractor with a loader on it. One of the things that you discover with 40-foot boxcars is they rust, which means that the rollers on the door get real sticky. And because there's grain in them, there's always crudded grain. So they always need some sort of assist in getting that car to get the door shut, because they don't want rain to get in on that grain. That obviously would spoil some of it. So they're going to ship these even with the grain doors, with the doors closed. I have seen doors open. I remember seeing doors open. I wasn't very old at the time, but I do remember seeing doors that have slid back open. And yeah, there were some cases, but most of the time they were shipped doors closed. I throw this one in because one of the things that, if you're a grain guy, you drive an awful lot of what I call blue highways. I used to tell my wife, if you're planning on getting anywhere fast with me, it doesn't always happen unless you tell me we got to be someplace. We'll hit the interstate. But if we have a little bit of time, I'm going to back road it. And so I love Nebraska. I've seen places in Nebraska that aren't places, but I've seen some really interesting stuff. This is a little elevator between Webster City and Duncombe, Iowa. And I throw this in because this was the last picture taken of this before they did this. One of the things that volunteer fire departments love to do is train, because they never get a chance to actually fight a big fire until they have to do one. So they like to train. And obviously the elevator early on didn't need this facility. And they said, well, maybe we can do something with this. And it would cost them a lot to tear this down. These things are built like forts. They use heavy lumber, but they burn really well. And once they're burned, they're a lot easier to pick up with a payloader. You don't need a backhoe or a screen. So in this case, last Saturday, they did a test burn on this, and they did manage to get it to the ground. The spouts are spaced pretty comfortably for 40-foot boxcars. At one time, there was a team track into this where they would load. There was also probably a load for a trailer in there. Again, the more options they have for loading, the better. Off to the right-hand side, you see the grain dryer. They were protecting that, putting a water stream on it to make sure that it didn't catch fire, because that's worth something to them. And a lot of these old elevators still exist. These were shot back. These are actually grain mill facilities, feed mill facilities, and those spouts still exist, and these elevators still exist. These were shot back in 2018 along the UP down in southern Iowa, or central Iowa. But most of the time they were adapted over time from the chute to the boxcar to top loading, because obviously we needed bigger product. We needed to be able to ship more of it. And this is an elevator down in Kansas on the what was the old Rock Island. Based on the dirt and the track and the grass, I'm guessing they don't ship much grain out of here, if at all. But it was an interesting shot to put in. Well, getting back to our Rock Island local. This is the Winterset local. It ran out of Des Moines and went over to Winterset, Iowa, and ran a little bit further. And its main job was going out and servicing small town agricultural industries, because that's what Iowa has. There's probably a lumber yard there. They may ship lumber in. There's a fuel dealer. There are all kinds of feed and grain type product dealers. In this case, some sort of powdered grain. And so this one's a little bit odd, but as is typical, you can see that the trackage here is not in great shape. The Rock Island was one of those that was almost always in financial peril, if you will. I don't want to say trouble, but peril, because they were always trying to upgrade, but they weren't making a lot of money. They had a lot of competitors. A lot of people were shipping along some of these similar avenues, just 10 miles over. You could take it over to the Northwestern and they may be able to get you a better rate to move it. It was really precarious. And one of the problems is the trackage wasn't well maintained and it was really light. And so they would actually sometimes derail just sitting on the rail. And that's what's going on here. The reason I show you this shot is because you'll notice that there's a 2-bay grain American Car and Foundry, ACF, probably a 2700. Still put a lot of boxcars into elevators, but they ordered a ton of 2-bay hoppers, not for moving cement or sand, the things you normally would see in shorter covered hoppers, but grain, because they would be a little bit lighter to get across the get across the tracks. And we saw this a lot. And here's a shot of those smaller covered hoppers. Here, the local is waiting for a road freight going by. And you see the elevator in the background. But as we got bigger and the elevators got bigger, we had to be able to load those covered hoppers faster. And we did more with flood loading. In this case, you're seeing a large elevator. All of that stuff dumps to the bottom where an elevator takes it up to a flood loading device. In this case, you'll see that there are a couple of loading chutes so they can load both sides. But this item right here takes care of a lot of the dust, keeps the dust down. It also allows them to have a large amount of grain going into that car. So if they do get an interruption, they can continue to load. Same elevator had 2 facilities. It's not an uncommon thing. You'll notice that in modern days, you're probably going to get to model some fall suppression in there. Because now if you get up on anything OSHA, anything higher than a 6-foot ladder, OSHA says you will be tied in. And they actually will show you some shots of coming up of some people dumping some cars where they are actually tied in. The other thing is you don't want to fall in one of these covered hoppers because grain will suck you down into it. But this is a pretty normal small town operation. They have an elevator here, but in this case, they're loading the covered hoppers directly from a bottom dump truck. Probably came off of a farm or an elevator that does not have rail loading currently. And this is nothing more than a flood loading facility. This is a Walthers kit. It's 2 of them. You need the elevator part that goes up, and you need the wet dry bins, which put it into the cars. A little bit of kit bashing, and you are there. I'm playing with one of these right now. I don't have it. I just have the elevator built, and I've been cussing a little bit at the wet dry bin, but I hope to have one of these for the next one to show. But now it's pretty much flood loading. And you notice these gentlemen, they all have that nice little harness on. So if they fall in, they've got a cable that's going to hold them out of the grain, and somebody will come to their rescue. They may have to yell a little bit, but it's done a lot faster. Today, we load 110 car covered hopper grain trains. They're expected to be loaded within 48 hours of the time they are dropped. The railroad says if we can't pick it up in 48 hours, put our locomotives on it and haul it, we will charge you demurrage above and beyond what we did to get it there. So obviously, when you hear the word earthworm in the BN world, it's 110 brown covered hoppers. It's a little bit stranger to model. It's maybe not as cool as the 40-foot boxcars, but it's what I model, and I get to play a lot with some weathering. It might be one of the Gundersons. Scale Trains, Athearn make these cars. Walthers just made a really, really nice NSC car that fits this build nicely. Again, it looks just like a big styrene sheet. This is a little bit different. This is in an ethanol plant, and this is byproduct from ethanol. This is dried distiller's grain. And dried distiller's grain is basically a little bit lighter. It's a little more powdered. It can go down a little bit different chute. And this one is just a piece of extendable plastic that they just lower and raise up into the ceiling. I've been looking at these and I'm thinking, gee, you know those nice little flexi straws that you get in some of these places? I'm looking at that flexi part and going, can I use this? Can I use this here? And some of our nicer covered hoppers now have open hatches. So I'm going to try an open load in a loading bay. I'm going to see if that, and obviously somebody I'm sure makes a nice white metal casting of a grain scoop. And then obviously conveyors. I suspect this isn't grain by the fact that what's going in looks very mineral-like, but this is very similar to what the conveyor would be. Walthers has one of these in one of their kits. There are some gorgeous ones on Shapeways that you can get out of 3D. They're a little bit pricey, but if you're looking for that hopper, and these are basically 3-bay cylindricals or 4-bay cylindricals. Probably loading soda ash or some sort of nutrient or not nutrient, but fertilizer or mineral component at this site. I'm looking at that ground. It does not look like it's susceptible for growing much, but I could be wrong. And then there's always somebody who gets creative with the loading. I saw this and I had to throw it in. I suspect this is for truck loading, particularly for feed trucks. But man, if you can repurpose anything, these guys will do it. This is a Santa Fe 4-bay, similar probably to the Athearn car. And it's got all kinds of gingerbread. You'll notice that the elevators have tubes that run over to it so you can load to it. It has all kinds of interesting loading structure. It's got some concrete block. Hey, Pike Stuff, here we come. You figure out how to do this, and you'll put that up and somebody will say, they never did that. Well, I got a picture. So pretty much anything that's out there. I have seen a ton of covered hoppers repurposed for this. And I've even seen them used as flood loading for other covered hoppers in places. It's kind of one of those, if we can figure out how to do it, we'll figure out a way to make it work. This is a feed mill, incidentally. Nutrena Feeds, talking about the signage. Feed mills and elevators love signage. And a lot of those logos are available out there online in the public domain. If you know the company you're going to want to put on your elevator, look for Co-op. You can find the double circle. Nutrena Feeds is a Cargill product. Excuse me. Probably out there too. I have found Cenex Harvest States and old Cenex logos back into the Felco days. MFA, Missouri Farmers Association, they have a really, really nice shield. You can find those logos. So all of these things can be gotten, and they print really nicely on an inkjet printer out of something as simple as PowerPoint. If you're a little bit more elaborate and you have Photoshop elements, you can do a lot with these. Well, our Rock Island local is making its way back to the yard and probably on to greater destinations, probably taking those cars that have filled up with grain to an end user. Might be a mill, might be a bigger elevator, depending. We don't know. If we're operators, we do, because we probably have a set of car cards with waybills in them, and we know where those cars are destined to go. We may have picked up a switch list along the way that can tell us any of that stuff that we can find from our railroads helps us model. I have friends in the railroad industry that will send me their waste paper baskets of switch lists, because occasionally I'll glean something out of there. I'll find some piece that's really interesting that allows me to say, okay, maybe I can find something from this that can help me model a little bit. It may be going to a small town feed mill. Those of you who have done business with Spring Creek model trains know they live in Deschler, Nebraska. Deschler, Nebraska is a town of about 700 people. It sits in the middle of the grain belt as hard as it can go. They do not have a grain elevator. They have feed mills, and a couple of them actually. This is one of the feed mills, and I was down there for an open house they were doing, and I saw this building and I said, man, this thing just looks. It has the wooden flour mill type building, which we could scratch build. There's also American Model Builders does some very similar buildings to this, Silex elevator, some things that you could kit bash fairly easily. I love the brick tile bin. And then it has a modern Friesen bin. And if you remember the last one, I talked about the toy tractor folks in 164th. They have this bin, and it's not a long way out of scale for HO. It actually looks pretty good. I've built a couple of them, and I'm using them for a little bit larger facility. But it has the conveyors. This would fit so nicely on a branch line layout, on a shelf layout. It would be perfect. Another one. This is very typically Purina Chow's. Talking about those signs. Purina was checkerboard, Ralston Purina checkerboard, and they used that logo everywhere. I've seen it on covered hoppers. I've seen it on trucks. I've all that dust facility, all that dust collection stuff. This is a metal Pike Stuff building, glorified, but it's got a lot of stuff added to it that if you want to spend a little bit of time, you could do some. And these guys would get a car of grain, particularly grain that they didn't grow locally. Maybe they needed wheat and they were in the corn belt, or they wanted oats and they don't grow it enough of it locally to feed whatever horses, I think, are big oats feeders. I don't know exactly. I can't remember all the things that eat oats, but there are quite a few of them. Again, that's the kind of product that you might find in there. And there's all kinds of components to go into feed. Everything from tank cars and molasses and different liquids to all kinds of different minerals and bone meal and blood meal. There's a lot of things that you could model into a facility just like this one. And it's not big. But like everything in the modern era, they get big. This is a feed mill in western Iowa in an area that feeds a lot of hogs. And this is basically providing feed. They have their own grain elevator. This is in a complex that has 6 different concrete elevators, not a whole lot smaller than the one in the background, plus the milling plant that sits in front. And then they have their feed store where they would bag it up, or they would sell you the amount that you can put on whatever truck you drove in there on, right up front. And the railroad is there. And there's a spur that goes back to all this that they have the covered hoppers and some of the things on. Well, it may go into storage because small town elevators can't store everybody's grain. So they need to have someplace to ship it, to store it. End users need to have someplace to store it until they're ready for it. This is the Viterra elevator in Minneapolis. This is just south and a little bit. There used to be 3 or 4 other elevator along the main lines that just recently was torn down. I have some pictures of it. Again, this is a territory that I'm modeling. The reason I love this is Minnesota. It's being switched by the Canadian Pacific, and the cars that are going in there are Canadian grain. Chances are pretty good, maybe barley. One of the things that Minneapolis has become since they've lost their title of a grain miller to the world is small brewer to the world. There are 1 million craft brewers in Minneapolis that to be abandoned, but every time I go there, it seems to have cars. This is the Union Equity elevator. It probably has changed hands since this picture was taken in Saginaw, Texas. This one and another one fight for the title of the biggest grain elevators out there. I'm not going to get into that battle because I think if it isn't this one, the next one is the one. This is in Lawrence, Kansas. This thing is easily 1 mile to 1.5 miles, maybe 2. I never actually drove along it to find out long. This is a storage elevator primarily for wheat. And there's a lot of pieces on this particular elevator. They'll actually give you a virtual tour of it. There are a lot of pictures. So if you hunt and search for this, there's a lot of information on this elevator. This thing is huge, to say the least. And I can't imagine anybody modeling all of it, but compressed, this thing would eat cars like mad. And this dated back into the 40-foot boxcar era. But chances are pretty good it's going to someone who's going to actually process that grain. This is a small mill in Hutchinson, Minnesota, probably long gone. They made flour and they shipped flour. They got grain in, they shipped bags of flour out. One of the things I've learned about the flour industry is when they ship flour, they like to ship it in insulated boxcars, or in this era, older reefers. Why? Because they were clean and they were tight. You wouldn't get a lot of vermin damage. You wouldn't get a lot of dirt damage in the bags. So they love those things. So you would always see, and you'd see a lot of reefers shipped to given to mills. And one of the railroads that we operate up here on River Rail in the La Crosse area, Steve Brudlos models an absolutely gorgeous Milwaukee road line, has the Lake City mill, and he gets Milwaukee older insulated reefers. That is in the bag line. The grain comes in boxcars, but the bag line goes out a lot of times in those insulated cars or the reefers. So that's one of those little hooks you can throw in if you have a flour mill. The rail side is actually on the other side. We have plans of this mill if anybody's interested, and a lot of good interior pictures if you're even remotely intrigued in modeling something this big. There's some really nice signs on the other side. I haven't been able to get back up there. I work in Winona, and I've been COVIDed out of the facility, so I'm working from home. So I haven't been up there to take any more pictures recently. This is on the railroad I model. This is right next to Northtown Yard. This is the General Mills facility in Fridley, Minnesota. And you may have noticed the last time I held up a box of Cheerios. If you eat Cheerios or Lucky Charms, the flour that makes your cereal, not the marshmallows and Lucky Charms, but the flour that makes your cereal comes from this facility. They used to use this facility entirely for grain cleaning, and then they would ship it about 5 miles railroad south to a place called Purity Oats, which General Mills also owned, where they would mill it. Now they have added to this facility, and it's all done locally in this facility, because the Purity Oats site is highly coveted as housing for downtown. So obviously, if they could get the money to do the construction from selling it, they would do that. So now there's a lot more buildings, there's a lot more elevator structure in here than when this picture was taken. But this thing eats cars. It not only gets grain cars coming in, it gets the pressure differential cars that BLMA made, that Atlas has made in a variety of forms to ship the flour out. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. This is the ADM Corn Sweeteners facility in Clinton, Iowa. They make corn syrup. If you drink Coke, if you've had a Budweiser product recently, chances are pretty good you may have seen some, or Miller product, you may have seen something that had some corn syrup added to it. Not to sweeten it all the time. Obviously, Coke, Diet Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, and your Diet Dr. Pepper probably has a little bit of corn sweetener in it. Diet, maybe aspartame, not as much. But they use corn syrup as a starter to enrich the alcohol production process in beer brewing. So you didn't know why those tank cars were sitting there at the old style brewery, now City Brewery here in La Crosse, but that's why they were there. And this is one of the places that produces a lot of that. They also produce starch, a variety of things. This facility is so large it can produce any number of things. It also has a river shipping component. Ethanol and biodiesel. This thing reeks Walther's ethanol plant. Obviously, you can see the buildings that they have, the inner process starting area, the stills, that concrete elevator for storing the incoming grain. There's probably a facility that allows you to do the spent grains in a manageable space. It's pretty big. I got to say that. It takes up a lot of space, but it's a pretty cool kit if you want to do something a little bit more modern. Might go to a river port. May go on the water. In my world, it goes down the Mississippi River, but the Ohio, the Missouri, the Columbia are all navigable, and it probably gets on a barge or a larger ship. Again, this is Portland, where they're loading covered hoppers into this grain freighter to go. But once it's there, we got to get it out of the car. In this case, we got to get it out of the elevator, and that's just a shot of one of those corrugated tubes. I wonder how much of the grain he has left when he gets home. But, well, in the old days, it had to be shoveled out, and they had what was called a Dutch shovel. And these were essentially boards that they would climb into the car, shove down in the grain, and then pull out with a cable. And it would be just like a big bulldozer ram. There's a law of diminishing returns. They couldn't be totally big. You couldn't go across the whole car and push it all out. You'd break the cable. And if you know anything about the way cables break, if you're in front of it, it's a very painful, maybe a fatal process. So they would do it gradually over time. Another shot of that. And this is a little bit bigger process. It was just shoveled out, and they literally had hatches beside where the cars came in. And it just shoveled into a pit, and it was taken up into the elevators. This one can also load cars. You'll notice that corrugated loading structure. So they could literally get a car out and potentially load it in the same facility. Well, we needed a faster way to do that. So what about rocking the car? Modern guys know about this. We flip coal hoppers all the time, but this dates back into the 50s, where they would actually lock the car down and they would rock it back and forth and tip it back and forth on a pedestal. And as you can see, it kind of, you'll notice the locking mechanism for the coupler. This thing looks like it might have been an NMRA tour at one time. You'll notice over to the side where the pneumatic tubing is, there's kind of a hydraulic structure. That's the thing that pushes the grain door out. And they would just push that out and recover it if they could. Otherwise, it would be sorted out as it got down into the bin. And then they'd have to do a full clean out. And this is the first time I'd ever seen anybody vacuuming out a car. I suspect this car might have gotten some flour loading or something else. It also has a very interesting perforated floor. So there may be more to this picture than I know. Well, today it's the same thing. If we got to get it out, we're still sampling. It's a little bit different process. These guys are bad. They're not wearing their fall protection gear. The USDA also inspects. They have their own car with inspection materials, equipment for testing scales. The only reason I throw this in is this car went past us Tuesday night going east on the BN, which means it could be going anywhere. This is kind of an interesting car. Maybe somebody wants to model this. It's kind of a combination grain trailer, box car. I'm sure somebody sees those bars and wonders if it isn't some sort of prison vehicle. But today it all flood loads down. Basically, they open it up and it goes down into grates. These grates are very modelable. Again, the 1/64th guys have a lot of this stuff that we could adapt to HO. Walthers has some in some of their kits. But we kind of have to play a little bit with how we would do that. But as covered hopper manufacturers get creative and they get more requests, now it's one big trough. It comes in a big trough at the top and it dumps in a trough at the bottom. This is a brand new Gunderson car. I've seen exactly 2 of these in the real world. I understand there's some out there in my neighborhood. I'm going to have to do a little bit of exploring. But those kinds of dumps are really available. This is a 3D product by Mike Brusky, Dimensional Modeling Concepts. Again, put your rails on it, you're there. Flour gets unloaded pneumatically from those pressure aid cars. Basically, they open it up and they vacuum it out. Or they put air in the car to fluidize it and then vacuum it out. Same kind of thing. They unload plastic pellets the exact same way. To a feed facility. If you know anything about distiller's grains, if they stay in a car too long, they get hard. This is what they call a load breaker. This is nothing more than a low-end backhoe with a rod they can use to break up the grain inside of the car. And they use this to literally go into the loads and punch them out. I have seen this stuff hard as concrete where they were literally chipping it out with a jackhammer if it stayed in the car too long. Wet distiller's grains have to be unloaded very quickly or they will in fact turn to concrete. So I've given you part 2. Part 3 is the next phase of this. We're going to talk a lot about those bigger mills. Not quite as modelable, but still pretty cool in a lot of cases. In this case, this is the Staley corn syrup mill down in southern Illinois, I believe Champaign or Carbondale. There's a lot of good data on mills right now. If you're looking, we're going to talk a little bit about the milling process for flour and some of the products that are produced and some of the ways rail interfaces with that. We'll talk about the process for using corn for syrup, for oil, for starches, those kinds of things, and some of that milling. We'll talk about the ethanol process. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the milling processes and how they end up coming to us. So that's pretty much where I end up. And so if we have some questions.
We do. We have
So that's the end of our pre-recording the stream, and whose clinics actually ran today to come in and talk to us about the clinics and give you guys an opportunity to ask questions before Dave comes back with part 3 of his grain his grain clinic. So what can we expect from part 3, Dave?
Well, part 3 is going to talk about milling, I called it milling, distilling, and storage. Mainly, we're going to talk about flour milling, even though there's a lot of other things that go on there. Distilling, both in the ethanol for fuel overseas, and it's got to go to ports or it's got to go to a waterway. And it's kind of foreshadowing the last clinic I'm doing, I believe on Saturday, on barge transportation. But it will also get us looking at some of the Great Lakes freighters and some of the overseas freighters that go across the 2 big ponds, the Pacific and the Atlantic.
That's awesome. So I was I've got a clinic this afternoon as well. So my clinic is about how I use track maps and track charts to design a layout, and the subject that I'm using is Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is not far from you. And they have a grain elevator and an ethanol plant in Oshkosh on the Wizard at the Watco port. So it'd be quite interesting to see exactly the operations and how that all fits together. That they're exporting both grain and importing grain and exporting ethanol and everything that goes on. It's quite a busy place.
Oh yeah,
So
quite. And ironically, my buddy Tim Odenhoven spoke yesterday on Carfair, a little bit earlier version of transferring rail freight by water, but doing some absolutely amazing stuff in 3D printing. And we've been working with remote operations on his railroad. So we're having all kinds of fun.
So this is great because this morning we had Randy, we had your clinic modeling New Britain Station, and this is great because it's actually my favorite day of the national convention. It's LD Sig Day. In Kansas City, I was lucky enough to go and view some fantastic layouts with Martin Jenkins and Lionel Strang and a few other guys. And it was great, and we saw some great clinics, some great layouts. Sorry, didn't quite get to see too many layouts on LD Sig Day when we were in Salt Lake City because I was actually helping on the other side of the fence. My good friend Adam Penales host at his house where he has 3 layouts and they're not all together and saw the craziness. But it's a great opportunity to ask people questions and understand and learn. There's always something on someone else's layout that you can learn and incorporate. And actually, Dave, we did an operating session together in La Crosse. I'm sure it was in La Crosse last year. And what was interesting there is I was operating, sticking on topic of grain. I operated what did he call them on the Milwaukee Road? I can't think what they called, but basically a job on the Milwaukee Road that was kind of like a local patrol. Was it a patrol? Milwaukee
Yes,
Road?
the Baroque
That's the word.
Patrol, yeah, it would have been the Baroque Patrol, and then you went up to and did the Wabasha Patrol, because that's paired.
Yeah, so we were switching a grain elevator, and what was interesting there is that the owner of the layout had designated the different spots. There was 3 roads to serve that grain elevator, and there was 9 or 12 different car spots that you had to do internal terminal transfer between. So a car would arrive, be inspected, be unloaded, be cleaned, go back to potentially be loaded with something else, get inspected and weighed and leave. And so a car could move 5 or 6 times just without actually leaving the industry. I would stay there. And yes, Christina, it was fun. Christina was operating with me. We were a paired crew. It was entertaining. I remember bumping my head a few times in a few places as well. And that was in that basement.
Yeah, that was, we have 11. So basically kind of a community of about a 20-mile radius, we have about 14 railroads. There's always something to do. We pretty much operate every Saturday when we're not confined to quarters, as they say.
Yep.
And do you have an operations weekend in La Crosse?
Yes, it was supposed to be the weekend after Father's Day this year. We had to cancel, but I suspect there'll be some invitations once we get released for some of the groups we normally have in to come in, and we're going to try and get people in, not all on one weekend, but spread out a little bit. And that way they'll be able to pick and choose some railroads a little bit too.
That's awesome. So operations is an interesting part of layout design because I guess if you, as we've understood more about layout operations and got more capabilities with DCC sound, and more of an understanding of how the real railroad works, people's designs for layouts have changed slightly to accommodate those operations. So do you think that's an important part of layout design, considering how you want to operate the layout?
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think is huge. Probably the most important thing that I did when I was starting to design my layout was go to operate on other people's layouts. One, because you learn more about how operations are. It's great to read stuff. It's great to see stuff online, but it's really kind of different when you experience it. And I think you learn a lot about what you like and don't like, or want to do or don't want to do, by seeing other people's approaches to it. But also the layout design itself is really important. And, John Armstrong's book, Designing for Operations, is obviously, probably the starting point for a lot of layouts. If you're not pulling directly from the prototype, and there's a lot of great information there. But I've had the opportunity to operate on a small short line here and actually go and operate on the real railroad, as well as lots of different layouts, and find that among the research I do, plus every time I go and try something different, I still learn new stuff, and it's kind of interesting, and it does have an impact on what I'm doing on my layout.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. Being able to operate and see railroads, just the ability in the railroad,
Nice.
which is a whole different traffic base and a whole different set of motive power, cars, those kinds of things. And then we've got a modern guy doing the BNSF. So we've got a wide variety of things, all of which I learn from every time I operate a little bit. And that's helped me. The other thing that's helped me is going out and looking at the prototype. I'm a big time, even though you're freelancing, look at what the prototype does. They don't put in track they don't have to. It costs them money when they do it.
Yep.
He's talking about track charts. When I go to train shows, I'm at those tables with all the paper on them because I'm looking for track charts, and you'll see a couple of them in my thing today, my 2 presentations today, where we're going to look at some of the hottest spot cars, how to do track chart things, along with the industries that they go with. So it kind of helps a little bit. And then just get over the fear factor and start drawing. You can always pull something up and start over if you don't like the way it is. Even some of the railroads that have been running here for 10 years, well, suddenly one of the owners will get a bug and say, I don't like the way that operates, or somebody gave him a suggestion. All of a sudden there's a new set of switches and you're going, oh my God, Wabasha is different than it was. Or God forbid, Red Wing has new trains that I've got to work. All kinds of things that go along with it.
Yeah, after the New England prototype meet here, I had an operating session, and there was a section that I wasn't entirely happy with how it was going, and I had found some more photos and stuff section of the layout, which I also rebuilt. And then after that, I made some changes on the other side of town, and I realized that I have literally relayed all the track on this layout at least twice.
So I have a couple of questions, mostly being aimed at Dave, but Randy, by all means, jump in on these. So Ralph Renzetti's asked, is there some place he can go to get some of the photos, some photos of the gondolas that you had in your presentation, but from the top, so that he can use them with weather in?
I'm trying to remember what I was showing. He'd have to refresh my memory a little bit. But pretty much I go out online looking, anytime I'm doing a car, for instance, I'm going to grab one of my weathering jobs. Anytime I grab I weather a car up, and I'm sorry if my light isn't very good and it's not a great picture, but anytime I go to weather something, I look for a car. I go out online and look at railpictures.net. I go look at Railfan pictures as much as I can. So if you know a reporting mark on the gun, or you can see something, some identifier from it, chances are pretty good you can find it. He may have been talking about, I'm not 100% exactly sure. He may have been talking about some of the wet distiller's grain cars I was showing, because that's a open hopper that has a cover put on it. Again, those are pretty much found online. And if he wants to email me, my email address is my name, David. How can I help you?
Christina asks, introducing newbies to operations in the River Rail Group.
He does something very, very similar when he has new people come into the railroad. The first thing everybody comes in and says, oh, I just want to watch. Wrong answer. No one just watches. We'll put you out with an experienced operator and let you run the throttle with the experienced operator helping you and showing you some things. About halfway through, they'll flip just to get them used to looking at car cards or switch lists, depending on which the railroad uses, getting used to moving cars and switching, how to deal with a signaling system or somewhere else. But we literally want people to operate. So we go out and recruit, and we try very hard to make it an unintimidating experience. The typical river rail thing is halfway through we break for a meal of some sort, and we have a pretty nice bowl session, and that gets them a chance to know who we are a little bit. The website brings people riverrail.com, 2 R's, RIVERRAIL.com. Good place to look. And then as people get more experience, if they want to do something, they want to break into being a yard master, we'll intern them with somebody so they can see, or we'll put them in a smaller yard. Dispatching, I trained a lot of people on our CTC boards, both the computer side and the ones with actual levers on it. So we don't let anybody, if they want to know how to do something, we answer questions as best we can. We're meeting every Thursday night virtually, and we're talking about everything from building cars. We've had a fast track switch clinic, pretty much anything you might want to know about operating railroads. We're trying to find things and ways to get more people involved. It's how you get new railroads to operate.
Yeah, I love, teaching new people how to operate and stuff as well. And in our case, we don't have like a full operating group right now. I was part of one a while ago, But in my case, on my layout, it's primarily all switching. There's 2 locally assigned switchers that do all of the work. So those are 2-person crews, and so somebody can come in and easily be an engineer and run the throttle, like he was saying. I am actually planning on getting the proto throttles because I think those are even easier for somebody to understand than something with all the extra buttons on it. I'm really impressed where not only is it very intuitive, but you don't even have to look at the throttle very much because everything feels different. You can spend more time looking at your trains, and I think that's going to make things even easier. The through trains are something that all the crews are probably going to switch between. I'll probably have a board up where people can sign up for that. That's kind of the new approach that I'm going to take, rather than having somebody specifically assigned to those, because there aren't that many and they're kind of in 2 blocks because it's a lot of commuting traffic, the morning commute and the afternoon commute. If somebody wants to work one of the switching jobs and dig in a little deeper, the Stanley Works one is a pretty good starting point because they have their own locomotive, and I still usually do a 2-person crew on that as well, but there are other than a couple of it's a good place to start. And then I've decided that I'm probably going to do 2 agent positions because they would have had 2 shifts during the day, and so I can use that as a way to start training the freight agent who does all the paperwork on the layout. But I don't really need a dispatcher on this one because it's just the single city and pretty much all the switching crews doing all the work.
That's cool. So I have one final question to do at 11:30, and we didn't. So is not having a layout an issue if you want to join a local operating group?
No, not at all.
No. Most of our operators currently do not have layouts. 25 people. If we're running full crews and everybody's running trains, if you only have 14 layout owners, you're going to have to find a few more. And so we're drawing people in La Crosse from Rochester, which is about 65 miles away. We have people driving down from Fond du Lac, which is about 60 to 70 miles in the other direction. They come up from Baraboo. We have people come up from Chicago periodically because they like the railroads. They like to run. And that's one of the cool things. Ron's layout was in Rail Model Craftsman a few months ago. If you want to take a look at it, we've had a number of railroads in Rail Model Craftsman and Model Railroader and Great Model Railroads. So if you want to know a little bit about River Rail, there's some magazines out there.
Yeah,
show you some of those things. But don't be afraid if you don't have a layout. I'll give you a hint. If you operate enough, you're going to want one.
Exactly. Yeah. Going back to what I said before, I operated on a lot of layouts before I got to actually building mine. I mean, I knew I was building a layout. I just was in the process of researching and getting to that point. So I really think it's an important thing. And actually, one of the things I didn't mention before, the other thing that I do for newbies is that I do have several different types of operating sessions. Like I will tailor it to the group depending on how much they're into the prototype paperwork, or if they just want to do switching and they don't want to handle all of that, we can do that. Different years, there's different traffic. So like in 1953, there's no through freights to come through at all. So I can run a session where it's just the work that's on the layout at the time. And I do something similar to them on my site, newbritainstation.com. There's a link where you can sign up for a MailChimp mailing list where I will send notices and stuff about operating sessions, because I really want to get a wide group of people able to come and operate. I really enjoy having the people come from out of town and do it, because it is a little different than what you find in a lot of other layouts.
All right. Oh, that's great. And I think that's all we got time for. Just finally to point out that the river, and so that just shows you how much of a great bunch of guys we've got down in La Crosse. So we're going to just cut over to the schedule so people can just appraise themselves of what's coming up next. But in the next couple of minutes, we'll be killing this stream, and you'll need to go and find the new video, which will be July the 15th, part 2. Thanks, guys. We'll be right back.
See you.